Chapter 491. Gu Xingyin sent little Shi Lily back to her home, and no one noticed anything unusual. Looking at the innocent Shi Lily who was sleeping soundly, Gu Xingyin breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, this matter was resolved. She returned to the courtyard in the town, and Alan was anxiously waiting for her. "You're back." Seeing Gu Xingyin, he stood up happily. Originally, he wanted to go with her, but Her Majesty the Queen sternly stopped him from going. Gu Xingyin nodded and smiled. "We can go back to the Starlight Forest." Hearing this, Alan showed a happy smile. After staying in the human world for 6 years, he was used to seeing all kinds of good and evil, and he missed the pure beauty of the Starlight Forest. 6 years was not a long time for the elves, but it was not short either. The return of the two was undoubtedly welcomed by the elves. "Your Majesty the Queen, a new elf is coming to this world." A female elf happily shared the good news with Gu Xingyin. This was indeed good news. The elves usually relied on the elven mother tree to breed new members. In the past, it was good to have 1 or 2 little elves born every 1,000 years. However, since the birth of Elamir 1,000 years ago, the elves had already given birth to several little elves. For the elves who regarded the elves as treasures, this was simply a joyous event. Alan's popularity in the elves also increased. It was said that Alan's birth brought good luck to the elves. Gu Xingyin also showed a happy smile when she heard the news. After living in the elves for so many years, she really had a good impression of this pure and kind race. Naturally, she was also very happy about this kind of thing. On the day of the birth of the elves, all the elves changed into festive clothes and stood in front of the elven mother tree, waiting for the arrival of a new life. Everyone's face was full of anticipation, except for Alan. Alan felt that he might be sick. It was a joyous event like the birth of the elves, and everyone was very happy, but he did not feel the slightest bit of joy. In fact, when he stood beside the queen and saw that she was just like all the other clansmen, her light green eyes were filled with joy, and she held great expectations for the new life that was about to be born, he actually had a dark thought in his heart. He was not happy. He was not happy that the queen's attention was completely attracted by other things. Once again, Alina was vexed about why he had to reach adulthood so early. If he was still in his infantile state, Her Majesty the Queen would have paid more attention to him. While he was letting his imagination run wild, the surrounding clansmen suddenly let out low cries of joy. The little fairy was born. Just like Alan's when he was first born. The elves' appearance and their strength. The stronger they were, the closer they were closer to adulthood. The appearance and the appearance of the elves' appearance was the appearance of the elves when they were born. Her soft green hair hung loosely on her shoulders. Her long eyelashes flickered, and her big eyes were filled with curiosity towards this world. She looked at her clansmen without any fear of strangers, and giggled from her mouth. "What a beautiful little fellow." After the little child looked around at everyone, she walked to Gu Xingyin's side and hugged her leg. Alan's face suddenly darkened. Chapter 492. Gu Xingyin also looked at the newborn elf in astonishment. What was the meaning of this? However, the little girl refused to let go after hugging Gu Xingyin. She even leaned her little face against Gu Xingyin's skirt. Her big, adorable eyes were shining brightly as she said, "I like you." The surrounding elves were also surprised. They did not expect that other than Alan, there would be a second elf who was not afraid of the queen's aura. Some of the elves showed a look of disappointment. It seemed that the idea of becoming the elf's guardian was hopeless. Gu Xingyin looked down at the little elf who refused to let go of him, and was a little hesitant. This little fellow was very beautiful and adorable, but he didn't treat her as soft-hearted as he did with Alan Eyre. He couldn't bear to see the slightest bit of disappointment on his face. Thinking about it this way, although she did not recognize Alan at the beginning, the familiarity that came from the soul could not be deceived. However, it was really hard for him to harden his heart when such a young and adorable little fellow looked at him with such a dependent gaze. However, she did not have to think about it for long. The little elf on her lap was suddenly held by a pair of hands. It was Alan. Alan smiled at the little elf who was focused on his face. It was like a spring flower blooming, and the little elf's eyes were full of stars. I like you very much, Ailey. He gently called out the little elf's name. Are you willing to let me be your guardian? The little elf was fascinated by his smile. When she heard his question, she had already forgotten that she liked the queen the most at the beginning. She hurriedly nodded, and her words were not particularly clear. I like. Ailey. Like, this meant that she was willing. Alan smiled, hugged little Ailey, and bowed to Gu Xingyin. I am very sorry, Your Majesty. I really like little Ailey. Can I be her guardian, teach her, and love her until she becomes an adult? Although Gu Xingyin didn't know why Alan would suddenly be interested in this little elf, she was relieved to see that someone had accepted Ali. She smiled and said, as long as both of you are willing, the goddess of nature will bless you. And so, the matter was settled. Many elves looked at Alan with envy. Alan had just reached adulthood. He would be able to raise a little fairy. When would there be a cute little baby that liked him? Ali was arranged to live in Elanmir's tree house. Since Elanmir came of age, he had moved out of the queen's palace. Gu Xingyin originally thought that Alan would not be so clingy to her in the future, but she did not expect that Alan would come to her palace that night. Seeing that something seemed to have happened to Alan, Gu Xingyin dismissed the maid beside her and asked with concern, Alan, what happened to you? Alan had been thinking that he was very strange these days. He thought that he might be sick or under some kind of black magic. Otherwise, why would he have feelings of jealousy and disgust towards the elves of the same race, and even the little elf that had just been born? He thought about it for a long time, and finally decided to confess to his most beloved and respected queen. Your Majesty, I seem to be sick. Chapter 493. Gu Xingyin was worried. Allenby, what's wrong? Allenby began to speak slowly. I don't know when it started, but my attention has always been on you, Your Majesty. I found more and more that when I see Your Majesty smiling at others, I feel unhappy. When I see Your Majesty's gentle expression towards others, I feel jealous. I hope Your Majesty's eyes can always stay on me. Allenby's expression was very distressed. He looked at Gu Xingyin with melancholy. Your Majesty, is Allenby cursed? When Gu Xingyin heard him speak, she understood what was going on. Her lover, even if he did not understand love at all, even if he was not aware of his own feelings, but the possessiveness that came from the depths of his soul still existed. Gu Xingyin was very happy. Since Allenby now had such thoughts, then he was not far from leaving the aperture. She had to guide him slowly. Gu Xingyin frowned slightly, looking a little distressed. Allenby looked at her, but his heart was in pain. He regretted coming to the queen. It seemed that he had brought trouble to her. Gu Xingyin was actually just thinking about the appropriate words. She thought for a moment and pointed to a vase next to her. Allenby, if you came tomorrow and found that this vase was taken away by other elves, would you be sad? Allenby thought for a moment and shook his head. Gu Xingyin continued, then, if the starlight flower that I gave you was taken away by others, would you be unhappy? Allenby nodded honestly. Gu Xingyin asked again, then, do you know that when something is taken away by others, you have two feelings? Allenby actually had an answer in his heart, because I care about the latter. Why do you care? Allenby answered without hesitation this time, because the starlight flower was given to Allenby by Her Majesty, and Allenby likes Her Majesty. Gu Xingyin smiled, so you see, Alan, you have those feelings because you care about me too much. I'm very happy that Alan likes me. Allenby did not expect that after saying such selfish words, Her Majesty the Queen did not blame him, but instead comforted and enlightened him. His mood suddenly brightened, but he was still puzzled. But Your Majesty, selfishness and jealousy are all wrong. They shouldn't exist. Yes. Alan Eyre, I'm very happy that you came to me after discovering the problem. Gu Xingyin looked at him gently. You've just become an adult, and your temperament isn't mature enough. All of this is just because you're too dependent on me, the guardian. You have not hurt anyone because of these emotions, Alan. There is no need to be unhappy about it. Does Her Majesty mean that my current state is normal? Alan always felt that something was wrong. But the Queen would never be wrong. Alinor said to himself. Gu Xingyin guided him patiently. If you're still confused, why don't you read more books? There are countless wisdom and the experience of your predecessors. In that, maybe you can find the answer you want. After sending away the problematic lover Allenby, Gu Xingyin used her mind to sweep through the largest and oldest library in the elven race. Yes, all the love guides from the human world were moved out and placed in the outermost place that could be seen at a glance. Chapter 494. Allenby went to the library obediently. In fact, he didn't know what book he should look for. Perhaps it should be a book like How to Control Your Emotions. But when he came to the library, the first thing he saw were rows of bookshelves, all of which were Secret Love, How to Pursue the Object of Love, and Love Book. Allenby felt as if he was hallucinating. Were there such books in the library? After so many years in the human world, he had a certain understanding of the feelings between men and women, but he had only seen a little and never paid attention to it seriously. The elves were a race with very little emotional needs. Perhaps it should be said that they were very loving, loving everything in nature and all the beautiful things. On the contrary, they didn't care so much about the feelings between men and women. It was not that there were no couples among the elves, but they were relatively rare. Usually, Allenby had no interest in these books, but today, he suddenly secretly took a few books. The elves never needed to register when they took books, because there was never such a thing as not returning a book after borrowing it. 2 days later, Allenby really listened to the advice of Her Majesty the Queen and read the book seriously. This reading opened the door to a new world for him. Love. Was it actually like this? The book said that one's eyes would unconsciously follow a person, hoping that her attention would be focused on oneself. Seeing that she cared about others, one would feel jealous and selfishly want to monopolize her. These phenomena were clearly the performance of liking a person. It was not the kind of love that was respected and trusted, but the love between a man and a woman. Allenby suddenly panicked. Had he always had such thoughts about the Queen? He carefully compared his own situation with the book and found that he was completely in line with the book. This made him even more confused. Who was Her Majesty the Queen? In the eyes of all the elves, she was the spokesperson of the goddess of nature in the magic fantasy continent. She was the most noble and inviolable existence in the hearts of all the elves. How could he have such thoughts about the Queen? Gu Xingyin hadn't seen Allenby for several days. She had been secretly paying attention to him and naturally knew what he had been doing recently. This child, he should be very confused recently, right? Gu Xingyin had no intention of helping him at all. Instead, she was interested to see what he would do. Elder Alan hadn't come to the palace for a long time. When even the maids in the palace felt that something was wrong, Alan finally appeared in front of Gu Xingyin. Alan, you haven't been here for a long time. Did something happen? Gu Xingyin looked at Alan carefully. Very good. His expression was calm, and his eyes were gentle. She could not see any emotions. Alan's heart trembled when he heard the Queen's voice. For the past few days, ever since he had recognized his own feelings, he had been constantly trying to mentally prepare himself. He planned to hide this rebellious thought deep in his heart and not let anyone see it. Her Majesty the Queen treated all elves equally, with the same tolerance and care. If she discovered his feelings, Alan did not dare to think of the consequences. Chapter 495. However, no matter how many hints he made in his heart, the moment he saw the Queen, the moment he heard her ask him, "What's wrong?" Alinor found that the defense in his heart that he had built for several days almost collapsed. Alinor's eyelashes fluttered, and he lowered his head. He was afraid that facing the Queen now, she would easily see through his thoughts that he could not hide at all. How could Gu Xingyin not see his discomfort? It was rare to see such a lover. In the previous world, this man was always very domineering. She could not help but want to see more of such an obedient Alinor. She walked down from the throne and came to the side of the male elf with his head down. The two were very close, and Alinor could clearly smell the fragrance of the queen's hair. Alinor, you look very wrong. Tell me, what happened? The queen stood in front of him, and her soft voice sounded in his ears. Alinor knew that at this time, her gentle and beautiful green eyes were looking at him. He took a deep breath, raised his head, and bumped into the soft spring water that could make people drown. I'm fine, Your Majesty. Alinor tried to make himself look no different than usual. But the next moment, a pair of soft hands touched his wrist. Alinor knew that the queen did not mean anything else, but he could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. Gu Xingyin just tilted her head and carefully checked his body. Well, it seems that my Alinor is indeed fine. Gu Xingyin took back her hand. It turned out that she just thought that he was not feeling well. The warm touch on his hand disappeared, and Alinor suppressed the faint reluctance in his heart. But he saw the queen suddenly raise a mischievous smile that was very different from usual. She even winked a little playfully. I know, Alinor must have something on his mind. There must be a little secret that he does not want to tell me. Her rare naughtiness made Alan's eyes widen. It turned out that Her Majesty the Queen also had such a childish appearance. She wasn't always so high and mighty as to treat everyone equally. Then, could he also hope that this queen, one day in the future, would also accept a feeling from him? Alinor's heart was burning, but in the next moment, he heard the queen's words. My Alinor, as an unqualified guide, I was not able to accompany you in the most important 1,000 years. In the future, I hope that, if you have anything, you can tell me. Gu Xingyin's tone, as if she was talking to a junior who had not grown up. She still treats me as an elf who has not grown up. Alinor thought gloomily. Your Majesty, Alan is already an adult, he said to Gu Xingyin with a straight face. Gu Xingyin's eyes were full of smiles as if he was looking at an unreasonable child. Yes, I know. Alan Eyre is already an adult. It was a perfunctory tone of coaxing. Alan Eyre didn't know why, but an impulse came up in his heart. He suddenly took a step forward and hugged the queen who he had always regarded as a god in his heart. The woman in front of him clearly did not expect this to happen. She looked at him with a little surprise. Alinor? Alinor used all of his courage on this hug, and suddenly he did not know what to do. Chapter 496. Alan looked at the elven queen in his arms. She usually looked so high and unapproachable, but when she was in his arms, she was just a slender and soft person who only reached his shoulders. Alan's face was a little red, and he stuttered, Your Majesty. Alan has grown up, and I am an adult male elf. He reached out his hand and compared the height difference between the two, clearly expressing his meaning. Gu Xingyin laughed out loud. Alan looked at her smiling face in his arms. Unlike the gentle and light smile of the queen in the past, the queen in front of him smiled brightly. At a glance, he could see that it was the kind of happy smile that came from the bottom of her heart. Alan suddenly felt that whether she thought he was childish or not, as long as he could make her smile like this, it was enough. His mood suddenly became less nervous. He let go of his arms, took a step back, and bowed to Gu Xingyin. I am really sorry, please forgive my rudeness. Gu Xingyin did not blame him. There was a slight change in the relationship between the two. Alan still respected the queen as before, but he no longer regarded her as a high and untouchable existence. He hid his feelings in the bottom of his heart and looked at her silently. In the eyes of other elves, the relationship between the two seemed to be more intimate than before. Alinor had another worry, the little elf named Ally. At first, he saw that she seemed to like the queen very much. In a moment of impulse, Alan did not hesitate to use his beauty and took the initiative to ask to be Ally's guardian. Now, it seemed that he had taken on a big trouble. Alan dared to swear to the goddess of nature that he had never seen such a naughty little elf. He was so obedient when he was young, and other elves were also soft and cute. Why did he meet such a little weirdo here? Elder Alan, did little Ally disappear again? The elves on the road saw Alan and showed an "I know" expression. Ally was now famous. She and Elder Alan would put on a "You find me, I hide" show every day. There was even one time, it was said that Elder Alan actually found Ally in the nest of a forest python. Goddess of nature. The elves who heard the news all had great sympathy for Elder Elamir. At the same time, he was secretly glad that little Ailey had taken a fancy to Elder Alan's beauty and didn't choose him. If it were them, they wouldn't be able to handle such a lively little elf. Alan was busy with little Allie, but Gu Xingyin was very relaxed. Ever since she returned from Lock Town, she had been paying attention to Cecily on and off. Now that she Lily was 16 years old, she didn't have any heaven-defying good luck like in the original plot. She also didn't often encounter any unlucky things in that small town, so she was relieved. From the looks of it, she Lily's side was really fine. Gu Xingyin, who was relieved of the burden in her heart, watched Alan being tormented by little Ailey every day, but she couldn't bear to teach him a lesson. It was really a good show. Until the system suddenly told her a message. What did you say? She stood up from the throne in shock. Chapter 497. The system had just told her that there was another person with heaven-defying luck in the human world. Cecily was still in Lock Town, so who was that person? System, are you sure that the new person is the same as Cecily in the original plot? She also relies on stealing other people's luck to strengthen herself. Gu Xingyin asked. The system was very sure, that's right. Also, I have to tell you something. The person who took over Cecily's body back then did not die. This time, she is still the one causing trouble. Gu Xingyin was really shocked this time. She clearly shot an arrow through Cecily's body and saw the black shadow disappear. The system was also there at that time. In other words, that thing did not only hide from her, but also from the system. System, do you know what that thing is? The system searched for a while. I can confirm that it is not a creature of this world. There is no such race in this world, the Fantasia continent. The system secretly despised the laws of this world. The host could hide from the laws of this world because she had a cheat in her hand. Someone helped her to hide from the laws of heaven. That black shadow was an outsider, but the laws of this world did not notice it. Really? The system did not know how to describe it. Gu Xingyin frowned. If I don't know what race it is, how do I know how to destroy it? The system, wait a moment. Gu Xingyin looked at the white light that flashed on its body. A palm-sized, very simple-looking small brocade pouch appeared in Gu Xingyin's hand. This is an artifact that is specially used to seal unknown outsiders. Gu Xingyin looked at the inconspicuous little brocade pouch in her hand and asked curiously, there's actually a special item. System, is there a host who specializes in solving illegal outsiders? The system was surprised by her sharp senses and nodded, yes, we have many different types of tasks. There are also a variety of selected hosts to complete the tasks. Gu Xingyin was very curious about this. Are they all created like me? The system explained, the host situation is rather unique. Most of the hosts are selected from various planes. Humans who meet the requirements are usually people with very strong wills. Seeing that Gu Xingyin still wanted to ask more questions, the system, which had already revealed a lot, hurriedly said, Host, please deal with this outsider as soon as possible. Although there was no explicit rule stating that these things could not be disclosed to the host, the default rule was to refuse to disclose them to the host. It was already breaking the rules. If the host asked more questions later, such as the topic of mission completion rate, it was afraid that the host's imagination would run wild after it gave the answer. Only her own host was not restricted by the completion of the mission. In other words, whether the mission was successful or not, it had no effect on her. The system had never received any instructions regarding punishment. Compared to other hosts who would be killed if they couldn't reach a certain mission requirement, his own host was definitely the most pampered and loved one. However, her identity was also unique. The host thought to himself. In this world, there was no such thing as fairness. Gu Xingyin had been with the system for so many worlds, so she understood it quite well. She knew that it was obviously trying to change the topic. Perhaps there were some things that were not suitable for her to know. However, one day, I will know everything that I want to know. She thought silently. Chapter 498. Gu Xingyin informed the elders of his clan that he was going to make a trip to the human world. Alina wanted to go with her, but was rejected by Gu Xingyin. After all, she was going to deal with an unknown enemy, and she didn't want Alina to take the risk with her. Alina looked a little down, but didn't say anything. Gu Xingyin felt that time was tight, so she left after a brief explanation. It wasn't that she was impatient, but that Cecily, that would bring disaster to the elves, was no longer a threat, but according to the system, it didn't matter whether it was Cecily or not. The key was that the shell of the thing that was still alive in this world hadn't changed. If it was allowed to continue developing, it was likely that it would bring trouble to the elf clan. Since the system had already noticed the existence of the outsider, Gu Xingyin went straight to where it was. What surprised Gu Xingyin was that the thing chose a person who was much more powerful than Cecily this time. It was the princess of the human empire. Princess Andis was a very talented genius in magic, so it didn't cause much of an impact after it took over her body. At most, everyone thought that the princess's talent was getting better as she grew older. Since Gu Xingyin had something provided by the system, he naturally didn't have to worry about anything. On the first night of his arrival in the imperial capital, he cast a sleeping spell and went directly to the princess's bedroom. "Who are you?" Andis, who was about to lie down and sleep, looked at Gu Xingyin warily. In fact, when Andis said this, she already knew the identity of the person in front of her. Gu Xingyin didn't disguise herself this time. Such an obvious elf appearance, such a beautiful and flawless face, and such a powerful aura. Who else could it be other than the Elven Queen? Andis wanted to sound the alarm, but it was useless. Gu Xingyin had cast a barrier around this place. "It's useless," Gu Xingyin said softly. "In this world, there were only 2 people who had the ability to break my enchantment. Now, there is only one person left." Andy's expression changed. She understood the meaning behind Gu Xingyin's words. She was referring to the human emperor and the golden dragon king. Since the fall of the human emperor 1,000 years ago, there was only one person left in this world who could go against the Elven Queen. "Oh, I almost forgot about you. Perhaps if you don't die today, you will be able to do it a long, long time later." Gu Xingyin was right. In the original plot, She Lily became the #1 expert in the fantasy continent. Andis's expression changed. She forced a smile and said, "I don't deserve such praise from your majesty. I want to know how I, Andis, offended your majesty to make you say something like this." Andis had clearly stated that she was here to take her life. Gu Xingyin didn't take out her bow to hide her identity this time. Instead, she summoned the Elven Queen's scepter. "Andis didn't offend me, but you did. She Lily." Gu Xingyin softly called out the name that made her expression change. "It's you." Andis suddenly realized. She looked at Gu Xingyin with resentment. Andis knew that she was She Lily. She was obviously the elf in Alok town. Chapter 499. Andis knew that Gu Xingyin had seen through her disguise. She couldn't help but scream, "I've been very cautious ever since I came to this world. I've never provoked an enemy I couldn't afford to provoke, and I've never offended you elves. Why do you have to go against me? You've even tried to kill me 3 times. 3 times? Gu Xingyin caught the main point in her words. Andis looked at her and knew that she hadn't recognized her the first time. She was the one who had exposed herself. But so what? She wasn't going to let her go. 1,000 years ago, have you forgotten? Human sovereign Wuxin fell at the hands of you and Beemans. Speaking of this, Andis' heart was bleeding. At that time, she was at the peak of her power. It wasn't easy to take advantage of the fact that the human sovereign was seriously injured while he was researching magic. She took the opportunity to seize the right to use that body. That was the strongest cultivator on the Fantasia continent. Andis was confident that as long as she had enough time, she could combine the Renhuang realm with her original strength. At that time, it would be a piece of cake for her to rule the entire Fantasia continent. But the Elven Queen found out. In that battle, the human sovereign's body fell. She was lucky enough to escape with a wisp of her soul, but her power was greatly reduced and her soul was almost destroyed. In order to keep her soul from being destroyed, she had to seal her own soul and wait for the fated one to come. This wait lasted for 1,000 years. Then, she waited for a long time and waited for Lily. Even if the other party's talent wasn't good, she was confident that she could return to the peak with her own strength. However, he just had to meet a meddlesome elf. In that battle, she once again relied on faking her death to escape the calamity, but her vitality was still greatly damaged, and the accumulation of 1,000 years of recuperation was all gone. Later, she learned to be careful. After wandering for a long time, she finally found a suitable host in the capital. Princess Andis was not only talented, but also arrogant and unsociable. She was the perfect candidate. After she obtained the right to use this body, she changed her previous high profile and lived in seclusion. As expected, she didn't arouse the slightest suspicion. She originally thought that this time, she would finally be able to cultivate steadily until she returned to the peak. When the time came, he would definitely teach those elves, who had ruined his plans twice, a lesson. Unfortunately, before she could recover her strength, the elf came looking for her again. The same elf had ruined her plans 3 times. Why is he haunting me like a ghost? While she was cursing angrily, Gu Xingyin was suddenly enlightened. Back then, she had discovered that the person wasn't the real human sovereign Wu Xian, but she hadn't discovered her true identity. He didn't expect her to be the same person as Shi Lily. Since that was the case, all the more he couldn't let her live this time. Even a cultivator at the level of Renhuang could be taken advantage of by her. Such an ability was really chilling. Her expression was cold as she said to Andis, "Since you've already told me, I presume you don't plan on leaving this place alive?" Andis laughed and said, "Elf Queen, I admit that you are very strong, and I am far from being your opponent. But aren't you overconfident? Have you forgotten how I managed to escape from you the last few times?" The reason why she dared to be so honest was because she was confident that she could escape from the hands of the person in front of her. Chapter 500. She seemed to know that she was no match for Gu Xingyin. When Gu Xingyin cast a nature magic, she did not avoid it, but went straight for it. Andis fell limply to the ground. Gu Xingyin watched as a wisp of black mist emerged from Andis's body, forming a distorted face in the air. The face smiled viciously at her, "Elven Queen, so what if you found me? I'll see how you're going to erase me." After saying this, the illusory face seemed to be in great pain. It wriggled a few times and disappeared without a trace. The situation was exactly the same as last time. If they hadn't known about it beforehand, everyone would have thought that this thing had already disappeared from the world. This time, Gu Xingyin deliberately used detection magic to scan the surroundings. As expected, she could not find any trace of it. She had to admit that this thing's concealment ability was superb. However, it was too early for her to rejoice. Gu Xingyin took out the small brocade pouch that the system gave her from the space ring on her hand. The small brocade pouch laid flat on her hand. At this moment, it suddenly floated up on its own and spun in the air. Gu Xingyin saw that there seemed to be a faint light flashing from within. Then, from a corner, there seemed to be a scream. Gu Xingyin stared blankly at the empty space in front of her. A wisp of black mist suddenly appeared. The thing seemed to be very frightened and screamed uneasily, "What did you take out? How can there be something in this world that can detect my existence?" Ah! The brocade pouch seemed to have a great suppressive effect on her. Gu Xingyin heard her voice and knew that she must be in great pain. However, she did not have the slightest bit of pity. A pitiful person must have a hateful side. If this thing did not use such a despicable method to increase her strength, she would not have to spend so much effort to deal with her. In the end, the black mist could not resist and was sucked into the brocade pouch. Gu Xingyin could even hear her wails of pain and curses of disbelief. She threw the thing in her hand to the system. It's done. But, can you shut her up? The system kept the thing inside. She did not know what it did, but the whole world suddenly quieted down. Once the thing was in the system's hands, it could not go wrong. This time, Gu Xingyin was really relieved. Finally, the hidden danger of this world was removed. Gu Xingyin cast nature magic on the unconscious Princess Andis. When she wakes up, her body will return to normal and forget everything that happened during this period of time. Andis was an innocent person. Gu Xingyin did not know that after she returned to the elves for the elves. As soon as she returned, she was informed that Elder had been waiting for her for 2 days and 2 Ellis elves. Gu Xingyin was worried, something big must have happened. Otherwise, Ellis would not be like this. But as soon as she entered the palace, she was greeted with a warm embrace. Ellis' hands were very tight, as if he was afraid that the person in his arms would disappear if he loosened his grip. Gu Xingyin was even more worried. What happened that made Ellis, who had been trying so hard to suppress his feelings, suddenly burst out with such intense emotions? Chapter 501. After a long time, Alan let go of the queen in his arms. This time, Gu Xingyin saw it clearly. The emotions in his eyes were not hidden at all. It was so strong that it could drown a person. Your Majesty, fortunately you are okay. Alan's voice startled Gu Xingyin. How could it be so hoarse? She didn't know that since the night she left, Alan had been repeating a dream. He dreamed that he was deceived by a strange human woman. After that, the elven mother tree in the Holy Land was stolen by her, and the entire elven race fell into a tragedy. He watched Her Majesty the Queen, for the entire elven race, give up her life without hesitation and become the new elven mother tree. This was the first time Aliner woke up from this dream, and he felt that this dream was so absurd. Not to mention that his heart was with the queen, how could he be bewitched by a human woman who casually came to him? Not to mention that there had never been any outsiders in the elven race. But everything in the dream was too real, and it made him worried about the queen who left the Starlight Forest. After that, the second day, the third day, and the fourth day, when Alan was awakened by the same dream every night, he finally panicked. The elves were simple and didn't think much in their hearts. They rarely dreamed. What's more, for magicians like them, when they cultivated to a certain level, sometimes some prophecies would appear in their eyes in the form of dreams. Could it be that the scene in the dream was something that would happen in the future? Alan was shocked by his own guess and broke out in a cold sweat. No, it's impossible. How could I make such a mistake? How could Her Majesty the Queen have such an ending? He couldn't sit still day and night. Since there was nothing major in the elven race, he simply went to the elven queen's palace and waited for her return. That was why the scene that had just happened. Alan Eyre didn't hide anything and told him everything that happened in his dream. During this time, he kept looking at the queen in front of him without blinking. How could such a queen die? He absolutely couldn't allow that to happen. Gu Xingyin was very surprised after listening to his narration. The dream that Arundel had was obviously the ending of the Elven Queen in the original plot. The physical fitness of the elves was very strong, but at present, Alan's eyes were bloodshot. Obviously, he had not rested well for a long time. Gu Xingyin couldn't help but feel a little distressed. She raised her hand slightly and cast a spell. Alan only felt a cool and gentle energy spread all over his body, and the tiredness of the past few days instantly dissipated. Gu Xingyin comforted him softly, Alan, it's just an illusory dream. Trust me, it won't come true. Alan's expression warmed up when he heard that. Gu Xingyin was relieved. Only then did he realize that their posture seemed to be a little ambiguous. At this moment, although Alan Eyre had let go of her, his hands were still wrapped around her waist. There was only a thin layer of clothing between them. Gu Xingyin could even feel the heat from his body. Alan Eyre also seemed to react. But he didn't let go. Instead, he used a little force to pull the person in his arms closer. The two people's bodies were really close together. Meeting the Queen's slightly surprised eyes, Alan Eyre smiled slightly. By the way, Your Majesty the Queen, I still have an important thing to tell you. Chapter 502. Alan said to the Queen in front of him, I like Your Majesty the Queen. When he said this, his eyes were looking at Gu Xingyin without blinking. Alan only felt that there was no way to stop the thoughts in his heart. Ever since that dream, there was no way to hide the thoughts that wanted to come out. He felt that if something unexpected happened in the future, the confession that he had not said would inevitably become his deepest regret. At worst, he would just be rejected, he thought. At worst, he would just be rejected by the Queen. He could still stand far away, watch over her, and protect her. Gu Xingyin looked deeply at Alan, who had grown into an adult man in front of her. His shoulders were very wide, enough to shelter anyone from the wind and rain. She thought that with Alan's temperament, one day he would confess to her, but she did not think that this day would come so soon. Perhaps, that dream had really scared him out of his wits. Gu Xingyin suddenly felt a surge of pity in her heart. She curved her lips, gently raised her hand, and hugged the waist of Alan, who was nervously waiting for the verdict. I also like Alan very much. The Queen's lips overflowed with a sigh. Alan's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought of many possibilities. The Queen might coldly reject him and chase him out of the palace for daring to offend her. Or the gentle Queen might tactfully reject him. Or she might just take his words as a joke. He did not dare to think about the possibility that he longed for the most deep in his heart. However, Her Majesty the Queen had said the words I like you. Alan was ecstatic, but he was also a little nervous. He was afraid that the like that the Queen said was not what he thought it meant. Maybe the Queen did not understand what he meant at all. Alan, who had countless thoughts in his mind, was completely stunned after hearing Gu Xingyin's words. It was as if his whole body was frozen in place. Gu Xingyin looked at the surprised and shocked lover in front of her and sighed in her heart. She tiptoed slightly and kissed the corner of his lips. Their lips separated as soon as they touched. However, it woke up Alan, who was still in a daze. By the time he regained his senses, Her Majesty had already left his embrace. Alan touched his lips with his hand. Just now, Her Majesty the Queen actually kissed him. Alan couldn't tell what he was feeling. So, Her Majesty also liked him? It turned out that Her Majesty actually liked him. He looked ecstatically at Gu Xingyin, who was standing not far away. The other party seemed to know what he was thinking and nodded with a smile. Alan couldn't suppress a smile on his face. His face was a little red, and he suddenly whispered, Your Majesty, can I kiss you? Gu Xingyin secretly thought that even lovers could have such a shy and innocent moment. She did not answer, but looked at him with a smile. Alan understood what she meant. He walked to her side and looked at his queen with a sincere and loving gaze. Then, he gently kissed her. Gu Xingyin could feel the treasure and love in this kiss, as well as a trace of cautiousness. The innocent Alan did not even know how to kiss. She reached out and wrapped her arms around his waist, stuck out the tip of her tongue, and licked his lips suggestively. Alan's heart moved, and he pried open Gu Xingyin's lips without a teacher, and was ready to attack. Uncle Alan, a little girl, pushed open the door of the hall with a bang, and looked curiously at the two people who were hugging each other. Chapter 503. Alan regretted for the thousandth time that he had chosen to be Ali's guardian. This little guy always came at such a time to make his presence known. As soon as the palace door was opened, Gu Xingyin had already moved aside. It was better not to let the little elf see this. However, no matter how fast he moved, Ali still saw Uncle Alan hugging Her Majesty the Queen. She ran over and hugged Gu Xingyin. She raised her head and blinked her big eyes, which were so adorable that they could melt a fairy's heart. Your Majesty the Queen, Ali also wants a kiss. Gu Xingyin smiled. She was about to bend down and pick up Ali when the person on her lap disappeared. It turned out that Alan had already carried her away. Alan's face was extremely dark at this moment. No one would be happy to have their good fortune interrupted. He looked at Allie seriously. Allie, don't you remember the etiquette I taught you? You have to knock on the door before entering and get permission from the owner. Allie blinked her eyes and said, Uncle Alan, why do you want to kiss Her Majesty the Queen? Alan had a headache. This little devil knew how to change the topic at such a young age. Sometimes he really doubted whether Allie was really an elf. He had never met such a worrisome elf. Before he could say anything, Allie shouted first. Uncle Alan, I want to kiss Her Majesty the Queen. Alan's face was cold. No way. Allie pouted. I don't want to kiss Uncle Alan. Her Majesty the Queen can do the same. After that, she looked at the elf queen that she had been drooling for a long time. Under the gaze of two pairs of eyes, Gu Xingyin smiled gently at Allie. Her Majesty the Queen's smile was very lethal. Allie's whole elf body was dizzy. Then she heard the Queen's cold and ruthless words. No way, little Allie. Your Uncle Alan doesn't want me to be kissed by you. Little Allie looked at the smiling Queen and then looked at Uncle Alan, who was holding her with a proud face. This time, she really puckered her lips and cried out with a wah sound. Her Majesty the Queen and Uncle Alan are too despicable. Her Majesty the Queen is going to marry Elder Alan. This news was like a sudden gust of wind, instantly spreading throughout the entire forest. Many elves who admired the two of them were dumbfounded. They hadn't even started to fall in love, yet they had already fallen out of love. However, most of the elves were lost in their own reverie. In the future, Her Majesty the Queen and Elder Alan would appear together. The scene of two of the most beautiful elves of the elven race appearing together was so dreamy just thinking about it. Surprisingly, not a single elf objected to this matter. All the elves expressed their blessings to the two. This was what Gu Xingyin liked the most about the elves. They were pure and clean-minded. No matter what happened, they would always think of the best. This was also the reason why she announced the news of her marriage as soon as possible. Alan Eyre felt that everything that had happened recently was like an unbelievably beautiful dream. If it wasn't a dream, why did the things that he desired the most in his heart all come true? No, it was even better than what he wanted the most. He used to think that it would be best if the Queen could respond to his love. However, the reality was that not only did she respond to his feelings, she even held a wedding. Chapter 504. The wedding was held in the Elf Palace in the Starlight Forest. The day of the wedding was the busiest day in the Starlight Forest in the past 1,000 years. Not only the elves, but many other races were also allowed to enter the Starlight Forest to give their blessings to the Queen. Even Beemans of the Dragon Clan came in person. He looked at the woman he had admired for thousands of years with melancholy. Seeing her with another elf, his face was full of undisguised happiness. Beemans sighed in the end. No matter how he chased, this woman would not belong to him in the end. Among all the guests, the most eye-catching ones were the natives of the Starlight Forest. There were groups of unicorns carrying the freshest and sweetest fruits in the forest on their backs to congratulate the Queen. There were birds holding the most beautiful flowers in their beaks and pinned them on the Queen's clothes. All the flowers in the Starlight Forest bloomed on the same day, turning this place into the most dreamy place in the whole fantasy continent. The Elven Queen and Alan, who were dressed in splendid attire, walked out. The appearance of the two of them made everything around them seem dull and dull. The two exchanged vows in front of the Elven Queen's statue and became partners for life. This celebration lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The elves discovered that after the wedding, their queen and Elder Alan had gone missing. The other elders who knew the truth recalled the Queen's words at that time, "Now that there is nothing to do in the clan, Alan and I plan to go around the fantasy continent. I will leave the clan's matters to you." When saying this, Her Majesty's hand was still tightly clasped with Alan's. The elders who were forced to swallow a bowl of dog food could only silently accept the work arranged by Her Majesty and wish the Queen a happy honeymoon with a smile. The word honeymoon was said by Her Majesty. "Oh right, They were also forced to accept the little devil, little Ollie. According to Alan's words, it was not easy for him and the Queen to have so much private time. How could they bring Ollie, such a big light bulb, with them? Not to mention, with the little guy's ability to cause trouble, the two of them would not be on a honeymoon, but following behind the naughty child to deal with all kinds of situations. As for Allie waking up to find that her favorite and most beautiful queen and Uncle Allenby had disappeared, that was no longer a matter of the two of them. Gu Xingyin and Alan spent several years touring most of the fantasy continent. Until they arrived at Lock Town. Many years ago, they lived here for 6 years. Up until now, the human world had already changed several groups of people. Gu Xingyin saw Shi Lily. Although the lifespan of humans was short, the lifespan of humans who could practice magic would be extended according to the strength of their magic power. Although Shi Lily didn't have a heaven-defying talent like in the original plot, it wasn't a problem for her to live for more than 1,000 years. Shi Lily had long blonde hair. It was obvious that she was very respected in this small town. She seemed to have started to age. Although she still looked young, Gu Xingyin could already feel that the vitality in her body was fading away. What are you looking at? Alan was a little confused. He didn't remember Cecily at all. Gu Xingyin withdrew her gaze and shook her head, nothing. No matter what Shi Lily was now, it had nothing to do with her, with Alan, and with the elves. Chapter 505. Xian, let's go shopping today. After school, someone shouted from behind her. Gu Xingyin turned back and smiled embarrassedly, not today, and Yuan Gij has a basketball game in the afternoon. When the people in the classroom left, Gu Xingyin slowly began to pack her things and sort out the plot of this world. This was a story of a childhood sweetheart who couldn't beat the goddess of reality. The owner of this body, Chang Xian, and her boyfriend, Huang and Yuan, grew up together. Their family conditions were similar and they lived in the same neighborhood. They were completely the true portrayal of childhood sweethearts. Xian was a very simple girl. In her world for more than 10 years, she always thought about getting into a good university and finding a job that could earn money to be filial to her parents. When the two were 15 years old, Huang and Yuan confessed to Chang Xian and the two naturally got together. The two people's relationship was very good and they also went to the same high school. Chang Xian loved Huang and Yuan very much. She felt that according to their relationship, after a few years, they would go to university together and get married and have children. She never doubted that the two would be able to live a sweet life together. She never thought that a man's heart could change. Perhaps she knew that a man's heart could change, but she never counted Huang and Yuan as one of those men. Chang Xian felt that the two people's relationship of more than 10 years was not something that could destroy it. However, reality told her that nothing was impossible. In the beginning, she only heard some rumors. They said that the school's basketball captain, Huang and Yuan, and the school's beauty, Qing Luo Chen, were somewhat close. Qing Luo Chen, as her name suggested, was very beautiful. Even if she was still in high school, even if she hadn't fully grown up, the face that she revealed now was enough to be called gorgeous. At that time, Huang and Yuan and Chang Xian were the model couple in school. Even the teachers in the school knew about the two. But seeing that the two of them had a good relationship and Chang Xian was always the first in the grade and didn't neglect her studies, they didn't say anything. Someone felt that it wasn't worth it for Chang Xian and specially ran over to tell her this news. But Chang Xian didn't believe it. Huang Anyuan was handsome and good at basketball. There were many girls in the school who liked him. It wasn't that there weren't any rumors in the past, but it turned out that those were just groundless rumors. She stubbornly believed in her own judgment until she saw Huang and Yuan and Qing Luochen walking hand in hand intimately. Chang Xian was very shocked at that time, but she still remembered to take Huang Anyuan's face into consideration. She didn't go over and question him on the spot. Instead, she asked him to give her an explanation when they went home together at night. Xian, Chin, and I are just good friends. Don't believe the rumors outside. Huang Anyuan seemed to be particularly afraid that Chang Xian would misunderstand. He explained and swore that he only had Chang Xian in his heart. Chang Xian chose to believe him. But not long after, she once again saw Huang An accompanying Qing Luochen to go shopping. This time, Chang Xian couldn't use the excuse of being good friends as she watched the two of them kiss. On the busy street, he didn't care about the gazes of others. Chang Xian only felt that her heart was cold at that time. She had no way to comfort herself that Huang and Yuan did this kind of thing with another girl when he loved her. She didn't hesitate to break up with Huang and Yuan. Even if she said it out loud, her heart would be cut by a knife. But this kind of man, she despised. Chapter 506. To be honest, Gu Xingyin appreciated Chang Xian's character very much. If things ended like this, it wouldn't be much, it would just be a scum changing his love. The turning point was yet to come. After Chang Xian saw that Huang Anyuan was cheating on her, she proposed to break up with him. Logically speaking, Huang Anyuan should be eager to agree to it and then fly away with his new love. But in fact, Huang Anyuan wasn't willing. He begged Chang Xian to give him another chance, saying that he was just obsessed and was seduced by Qing Luochen. He still loved Chang Xian. At the end of the day, he had never expected that Chang Xian, who loved him so much, would be so resolute in breaking up with him. Of course Chang Xian wouldn't agree, but at this time Qing Luochen came to find her in private, saying that she and Huang Anyuan were truly in love, hoping that Chang Xian could take a step back and help them. "I'll help your whole family." Because of Qing Luochen's move, Chang Xian couldn't take it anymore and actually agreed to Huang Anyuan's request. Of course she didn't believe that Huang Anyuan really repented, she just wanted to take revenge on Huang Anyuan and Qing Luochen. "Aren't they a scum and a slut? I won't help you, let's see how you have the face to get together." She didn't believe that Huang Anyuan would really repent. In her heart, this kind of man, there would be a second time, just wait and see. Sure enough, Huang Anyuan stayed by Chang Xian's side every day for the first month. After seeing that Chang Xian's attitude was still cold, he gradually returned to his original state. Adding in the fact that a beauty like Qing Luochen came crying to him several times, the beauty was like a pear blossom in the rain, she always put him first. It was completely different from Chang Xian's coldness towards him now. Just like that, the two of them got back together. Huang Anyuan only remembered how gentle Qing Luochen was now, he completely forgot how Chang Xian used to pour her heart out for him. Qing Luochen liked Huang Anyuan, otherwise as the school flower, how many people would be lining up to chase her. If she didn't like him to the extreme, she wouldn't have done something like stealing someone else's boyfriend. But Huang Anyuan was truly a scum. He couldn't let go of the affection he had for Chang Xian since they were young, but he also couldn't bear to let down Qing Luochen, this great beauty, who had deep feelings for him. Qing Luochen also found out later that Huang Anyuan couldn't bear to part with Chang Xian. As long as she was still around, she would always bear the title of third party. In a moment of impulse, Qing Luochen did one thing, she bribed the gangsters around the school to teach Chang Xian a lesson when she came home alone at night. Her original intention was to teach Chang Xian a lesson so that she would know her place and leave Huang Anyuan on her own accord. But in the middle of the night, when a group of hooligans saw Chang Xian, a girl, they actually went crazy and violated her. Chang Xian was dead. The things that Qing Luochen did were also investigated. But in the end, the police severely punished those hoodlums and Qing Luochen was only charged with a small crime because what those hoodlums did was not ordered by her. Adding in the fact that Qing Luochen's family used some connections, she was actually unharmed in the end. Chang Xian's family was of course unwilling. A good daughter was gone just like that and the main culprit was still free. They continued to call the police and appeal, but in the end, other than wiping out the family's savings, there was no effect at all. Chapter 507. When Gu Xingyin came to this world, Chang Xian and Huang An were in their first year of high school. At this time, Huang An hadn't met Qing Luochen yet, so Chang Xian and Huang An were still a couple that everyone admired. Gu Xingyin packed her things and came to the basketball court. Today was the day that Huang An's basketball team was competing with the neighboring school's team. Changxian's Lin City 3rd High School and the neighboring Lin City 1st High School had always been competitors. The two schools were both key high schools, so the enrollment rate, the guaranteed admission rate, and even the various big and small winning rates, they would fight to the death every year. Changxian's arrival made many people reveal a tacit smile. Huang An's roommate directly called her sister-in-law, and one of them shouted at Huang An, who was warming up, "And Yuan. Sister-in-law is here to cheer for you." Huang An heard this and looked over. Seeing Gu Xingyin, he revealed a smile, threw the towel in his hand, and walked over. "Xian Xian." Gu Xingyin responded, "This Huang An wasn't her lover. Let's go. I saved a good seat for you." Huang An pulled Gu Xingyin's hand and walked over to the court. Gu Xingyin subconsciously shook off his hand. "Xian Xian." Huang An looked at her with some surprise. Gu Xingyin's reaction was a conditioned reflex, but she reacted this time. She pretended to pout unhappily. "I saw that you were chatting happily with those girls just now." Huang An looked over. It was the school's cheerleaders, a group of young and beautiful girls. So she was jealous. Huang An laughed secretly. He said, "Xian Xian, my feelings for you, do you still doubt it? Those are the cheerleaders in the team, I see them as friends, really, there's nothing between me and them." Gu Xingyin rolled her eyes at him in annoyance, and walked over to the court. Huang An touched his nose. She looked so angry, but didn't she still choose to cheer for him? Xian Xian's mouth was hard, but her heart was soft. Gu Xingyin rested his chin on his hand and looked at the court in boredom. He was surrounded by girls who had come to see handsome guys. At this moment, they were excitedly shouting words like, "So-and-so is so handsome." She actually couldn't understand these girls, just like how she didn't feel that there was anything beautiful about fighting for the ball on the court. He did not know what had happened at Linqing First High School today, but the members of the team seemed to be on steroids. Even Gu Xingyin, a layman who did not know much about basketball, could see that his school, Linqing Third High School, was going to lose. "Oh, they're going to lose." The girl sitting next to her complained in frustration. She turned around and saw Gu Xingyin sitting at the side with an indifferent expression. "Xian Xian Xian, Xian Xian Xian, how are you still Xian Xian Xian?" That girl looked at her a little angrily, as if Gu Xingyin had done something wrong. According to Gu Xingyin's temper, she didn't want to talk to this kind of person. After all, in Changxian's memory, there was no such person at all. But Changxian's character was a very innocent and cute girl. She could only blink her big eyes and look at the girl with a confused face. "They're playing so fiercely, I'm afraid Brother An Yuan will get hurt." In other words, the reason why she didn't shout with them was because she was too worried about them. Chapter 508. Changxian's appearance was delicate and petite. A 15-year-old girl looked like she was only 13 or 14 years old. Being looked at with such an innocent gaze, the girl felt that her tone had been too harsh. She coughed awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry. I just saw that our school isn't in a good state today, so my tone was a little harsh." Her swift apology made Gu Xingyin have a better impression of her. She smiled sweetly and said, "It's okay. You also want our school to win. I understand." Her smile made the girl in front of her sway for a moment. The girl felt that Changxian was really too cute and soft. Really, she probably didn't know how to resist even if she was bullied. She looked at Huang An Yuan with jealousy. Huang An Yuan was really lucky to have such an obedient and cute girl as his girlfriend. She said straightforwardly, "My name is Gu Shirley. I'm a senior in the 2nd year of high school. Junior Changxian, you suit my taste. In the future, I'll protect you in Lin City's 3rd high school. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell them my name." Gu Xingyin. What kind of strange development is this? She looked at the girl in front of her. She was very tall, had very fair skin, and had good facial features. However, her hair was cut very short and dyed red. She even had earrings in her ears. Gu Xingyin could tell at a glance that the earrings were real diamonds. She thought that this girl named Gu Shirley must be from a good family. However, her outfit. Although Gu Xingyin personally thought that she was quite handsome, in Lin City's third high school, which had always been known for its strict management, it was enough to be considered unconventional. Gu Shirley looked at the little girl in front of her, sizing her up. She knew that a good student like Gu Xingyin would not like a bad student like her. She raised her eyebrows to see her reaction. To her surprise, the girl in front of her didn't have any strange disdain in her clear eyes. On the contrary, there was a hint of appreciation in her eyes. "Aren't you afraid of me?" she asked curiously. Gu Xingyin blinked in confusion. "Why should I be afraid of you?" Gu Shirley pointed at himself. "I'm dressed like a disobedient and bad student. Don't you hate this kind of person the most?" Gu Xingyin smiled. "You can't tell a bad student just by looking at her appearance. You have to see what she has done. Besides, I think you look very handsome in this outfit. However, it would be perfect if you could take off your watch and replace it with a punk bracelet," Gu Xingyin suggested according to the knowledge in her mind. Gu Shirley's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that Chang Xian, who he had only heard of in school and had never seen in person, would bring him such a big surprise. It wasn't just her personality and taste, even her aesthetic sense. "You also know about punk?" She pulled Gu Xingyin aside and the two of them started a heated discussion. Gu Xingyin wasn't interested in basketball to begin with. She felt that Gu Shirley was a nice person, so she simply started chatting with her. Of course, most of the time, it was Gu Shirley who was talking. Gu Xingyin sat quietly on the side and listened. When Huang Anyuan returned to his spectator seats with a dejected expression after losing the game, he realized that his girlfriend, who used to bring him drinks and towels, was gone. Chapter 509. He looked around and saw Gu Xingyin chatting happily with a girl in the corner. Huang Anyuan's heart skipped a beat when he saw the girl chatting with her. He walked in that direction. "Xian." Gu Xingyin turned around and saw him. Her big eyes were filled with joy. "Big brother Anyuan." Looking at Huang Anyuan's jersey, she suddenly realized what she was here for. She lowered her head uneasily and twisted the corner of her shirt with her fingers. She stuck her tongue out at Huang Anyuan. "I'm sorry, big brother Anyuan. I just met Sister Shirley and accidentally talked too much." She was originally petite and dainty, and now that she had shrunk her shoulders and looked so pitiful, Huang Anyuan's anger and depression dissipated. However, before he could say anything, Gu Shirley, who was afraid that Gu Xingyin would be scolded, said, "Junior Huang, I was the one who dragged Xian here to chat. Don't blame her." Hearing Gu Shirley's words, Huang Anyuan's expression changed, but only for a moment. He smiled and said, "Senior Gu, you must be joking. Xian is my girlfriend. I can't wait to dote on her. How could I bear to blame her? Senior Gu, I have something to talk to Xian about. I'll leave first." Huang Anyuan nodded at Gu Shirley and pulled Gu Xingyin away. As Gu Xingyin was being pulled away, she didn't forget to look back. She waved at Gu Shirley with her empty hand. "Goodbye, Sister Shirley." "How did you provoke her?" Huang Anyuan asked worriedly as the two walked to a place where there was no one else. "Who?" Gu Xingyin was confused. Huang Anyuan didn't have any temper with his ignorant girlfriend. "That Gu Shirley." Seeing Gu Xingyin's "so you're talking about her" expression, Huang Anyuan continued, "That Gu Shirley isn't an easy person to get along with. I heard that she has connections with people in society. Don't get too close to her. You two are from two different worlds." Gu Xingyin thought that if Chang Xian had to choose a person that she should stay away from, Huang Anyuan would definitely be at the top of the list. Of course, she couldn't say that out loud. On the surface, she could only widen her eyes and look unconvinced. Big Sister Shirley is clearly a very good person. Huang Anyuan felt a headache coming on. Xian had always been very obedient to him. Whatever he told her not to do, she would listen obediently. Why did he become so stubborn now? Could it be the late rebellious phase? Huang Anyuan came up with an idea. While Huang Anyuan was still thinking about when his obedient and cute Xian Xian would recover, Lin City No. 1 Middle School was very lively. I told you, using this method to motivate you, it will definitely work. A tall and handsome boy said loudly. Beside him, a group of people jeered. I say, Genius Lu, we completely crushed those guys from No. 3 Middle School. When will you be able to draw out the key areas of the exam for us? The basketball players from No. 1 Middle School, who had been dominating the court just now, were all smiling obsequiously at a boy in a white shirt. The boy didn't look very old. He was about 15 or 16 years old. His skin was very white, and his facial features were clear. He had a calmness and maturity that didn't belong to his age. Hearing this, he revealed a faint smile. When we get back to school, I'll draw it out for you. Yeah. Chapter 510. Lu Yu was Lin City No. 1 High School's top student. This time, it was Lu Yu's roommate, Zhang Yun, who was instigated by the school's basketball team. He said that he had to find a way to get Genius Lu to sort out the key points of this midterm exam for them. Otherwise, based on their style of not burning incense and cramming at the last minute, they would definitely be finished. Zhang Yun was full of energy to complete the task and dragged Lu Yu to make a bet. Soon, there would be a basketball game between Lin City No. 1 High School and No. 3 High School. After all, they were the teams that won glory for the school. Lu Yu went to watch the game. If No. 1 High School won, Lu Yu would agree to draw out the key points of the exam for the basketball team. Zhang Yun said to the basketball team, "Brothers, I can only help you up to this point. Whether or not you can have fun on the weekends will depend on your efforts in this game." That was why the group of players from No. 1 High School risked their lives on the court. Let's go. I'll treat tonight. Lu Yu, come with us. No. 1 High School's basketball captain said happily. The group pulled Lu Yu away without waiting for him to refuse. It was such a coincidence that Huang Anyuan brought Gu Xingyin out for dinner that night. The two schools were close to each other, and there were only a few cheap and good places around them that were suitable for students to consume. Coincidentally, they met. Oh, isn't this the loser from No. 3 High School? A basketball player from No. 1 High School saw Huang Anyuan and said in a sarcastic tone. In the blink of an eye, he saw Gu Xingyin beside Huang Anyuan and recognized him at a glance. Who was Chang Xian? She was the top student in the first year of Lin City No. 3 High School. She represented No. 3 High School and won the first prize in the National Intelligent Mathematics competition. She was also the only person who had defeated Lu Yu and made him only win the second prize. Isn't this Chang Xian from No. 3 High School? I heard that you're this guy's girlfriend. TSK, TSK, TSK. If you ask me, isn't this just a flower stuck in a hole? Huang Anyuan was tall and handsome. In terms of appearance, Chang Xian and him were definitely a good match. Since the guy from No. 1 High School said that, it was obvious that something was going to happen. Lu Yu frowned when he heard this. Sure enough, Huang Anyuan flew into a rage when he heard this. He stepped forward and glared at the other party. It looked like a conflict was about to break out. Gu Xingyin didn't want to cause any trouble just because they came out for a meal. Moreover, the other party obviously had the advantage in numbers. She tugged at Huang Anyuan's sleeve and waited until he turned around in confusion. Gu Xingyin looked at the first high school student who spoke. I'm Chang Xian from 3rd High School. You seem to know me. But I'm really sorry, I've never heard of you. Who are you? My family and friends will care about what I do, so you don't have to worry about it. When she said this, her tone was very sincere, and her expression did not reveal the slightest bit of arrogance, but no matter who it was, they could hear the thick ridicule in her words. Translated, this sentence meant, who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in my business? Sure enough, the boy was choked, but he couldn't vent his anger on a girl. He could only resentfully say to Huang Anyuan, you actually let a girl stand up for you when something happens. Are you even a man? Enough. Lu Yu, who had been standing on the side without saying anything, glanced at Gu Xingyin, who was calm and did not show any anger. He turned to the boy and said, "Didn't you say you wanted to treat me to a meal?" When the boy heard Lu Yu's words, he didn't say anything else and brought his people in. When Lu Yu left, he took a deep look at Gu Xingyin. Chapter 5:11. Lu Yu knew Chang Xian. Ever since he was a child, Chang Xian was the only one who had defeated Lu Yu once out of all the first prize winners. Lu Yu knew that the girl usually looked obedient and cute, but once she was in the examination room or in a competition, her lively eyes would become incomparably sharp, and her cute and harmless face would become very confident. However, today was the first time he saw her sharp-tongued. The little girl pulled her boyfriend behind her and mocked the people on her side without fear. She was like a little bird protecting its food. She was very cute. Somehow, he felt that she looked different from the one he had seen before. Lu Yu seemed to have thought of something, and he suddenly curled his lips into a smile. "I say, Genius Lu, which beauty are you thinking of? Your smile is so..." Zhang Yun really couldn't think of any adjectives, but this didn't stop him from finding it novel. Everyone in number 1 middle school knew that the genius Lu Yu was cold and arrogant. Other than his roommates, he didn't have many good friends. Therefore, the basketball team asked Zhang Yun, who was in the same dorm as Lu Yu, for help. It wasn't that Zhang Yun had never seen Lu Yu smile before. However, most of the time, Lu Yu's lips would curl slightly when he smiled. His smile was very reserved. In his own words, Lu Yu revealed a strong sense of pretentiousness even when he smiled. Therefore, when he saw Lu Yu smiling so interestedly, it was as if he had thought of something that interested him very much. He was very surprised. Unfortunately, when Lu Yu heard his words, he immediately stopped smiling and looked at him indifferently. "You're thinking too much." He retracted his thoughts and recalled the scene that had just happened. Although it was the people from number 1 middle school who provoked him first, Lu Yu felt that he was right about one thing. Huang Anyuan was indeed not a man to hide at the back and let a girl come forward when he encountered a problem. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't let his girlfriend be criticized at all. Lu Yu realized that his thoughts had wandered off again. He collected his thoughts and shook his head. On the other side, Huang Anyuan brought Gu Xingyin to eat at another place. "You know Lu Yu?" Huang Anyuan suddenly asked. Gu Xingyin shook her head honestly. Chang Xian and Lu Yu had never crossed paths before. However, there would be more in the future. Gu Xingyin snickered in her heart when she recalled the last glance he gave her. "That's strange. I just felt that he was helping us out. I've only heard of his reputation." Huang Anyuan was a little puzzled. Gu Xingyin said casually, "Maybe the other party doesn't want to cause any trouble. After all, if they really do, they will be in the wrong." Huang Anyuan nodded. "That's true." The two of them went home after dinner. Huang Anyuan sent Gu Xingyin downstairs. What made Gu Xingyin speechless was that when he left, he actually leaned over and wanted to kiss her. Gu Xingyin knew that this little intimacy between couples was nothing, but she was not Chang Xian. Other than her lover, she could not tolerate any other man touching her. She pretended to be very shy and blushed as she pushed Huang Anyuan away. She ran back to her room under his gloomy and amused gaze. At night, lying in her room, Gu Xingyin began to think of Lu Yu. It seemed that her lover this time was another cold and abstinent Prince Charming. Chapter 5:12. She got up in the morning, washed up, and tidied up everything. Gu Xingyin looked at herself in the mirror. Her long black hair was tied into a neat ponytail, no makeup, and no makeup. Chang Xian's eyes were very big and there were 2 little dimples when she smiled. Her facial features were very delicate, but there was still a bit of baby fat on her face. Moreover, she looked too young. She wasn't that short, but she didn't know why. When others looked at her, they felt that she didn't look like a 15-year-old girl. People would even believe it if she said she was 13. Gu Xingyin also secretly ridiculed Huang Anyuan. Chang Xian looked so young, but he was actually moved. But from a man's point of view, she could understand why Huang and Yuan liked Qing Luochen. After all, Chang Xian was too young. Even if he wanted to kiss her, when he met those ignorant, big eyes, it would make people feel like they were leading this ignorant little girl astray. Qing Luochen was different. She was beautiful, had a good figure, and knew how to dress herself. This kind of girl, in high school, was simply the goddess of all the boys' hearts. How much affection could a high school boy really have? Being liked by this kind of beauty, it was normal for him to fall in love with someone else. But, understanding was understanding, not forgiving was not forgiving. Xian Xian, come and eat breakfast. She opened the door and Mother Chang just came out of the kitchen. She was holding a plate of fried eggs as she smiled at her. Steaming milk and homemade bread were already placed on the table. Chang Xian's family was a very traditional family. Father Chang worked outside to earn money for the family and Mother Chang was responsible for keeping the house tidy. Other than that, she was responsible for taking care of the big and small family. Gu Xingyin's heart warmed. High school required self-study, so Chang Xian had to wake up before 6 every day. And Mother Chang had to make breakfast for her before she went to school, so she had to wake up earlier than her every day. After all these years, even on weekends, Mother Chang had never slept in. She couldn't help saying, I already said, Mom, I'll just eat outside in the morning, you don't have to wake up this early to make breakfast for me. It's still okay now, but winter is so cold. Mrs. Chang took a piece of bread and handed it to her. She smiled and said, My child, I don't have anything to do. I'm already used to waking up at this time, so I don't feel tired. Besides, how could the food outside be nutritious and unhygienic? Hurry up and eat before it's too late again. Gu Xingyin had no choice but to nod. Chang Xian had parents who loved her very much. Unfortunately, in the original plot, after their daughter's death, the two elders refused to accept the truth and appealed through various channels. Not only did Mr. Chang lose his job, but his family's savings were also depleted. The two of them spent the rest of their lives in desolation. Don't worry. In this life, with me, Gu Xingyin, around, Chang Xian will always be fine. You will also have a peaceful and happy old age. Huang Anyuan was waiting for Chang Xian downstairs. The parents of both families were already used to this. These two children had been going to school hand in hand since kindergarten. In the blink of an eye, it had been more than 10 years. I heard that next week, you're going to participate in a competition. Huang Anyuan asked. Gu Xingyin nodded. She was going to represent the school to participate in a physics competition in the capital. In the original plot, it was in this half a month that Huang Anyuan met Qing Luochen. Chapter 5:13. When they reached the school gate, Gu Xingyin suddenly stopped and said to Huang Anyuan very seriously, Anyuan Gij, this time I'm going to the capital. If I can make it all the way to the finals, it will take about half a month. You must think of me every day, you're not allowed to like other girls. Huang Anyuan laughed. This wasn't the first time Chang Xian had been separated from him for a few days, she had never said such words before. According to what she meant, she had full confidence in their relationship. Why did she suddenly feel a sense of crisis this time? But he still enjoyed the feeling of being remembered and relied on by his girlfriend. He reached out and rubbed Gu Xingyin's head and said with a smile, Got it, don't worry, little vinegar jar. Gu Xingyin smiled and didn't say anything. The only thing she could do was to remind him as much as possible. Although according to the usual plot, Huang Anyuan would most likely still meet Qing Luochen and begin to develop an unusual relationship. The days of high school were tense and dull. Soon, it was the day Gu Xingyin went to the capital. Lin City Third High School didn't only send Chang Xian as a representative this time, there were 3 other people, a second-year senior and 2 third-year seniors. Chang Xian was the only first-year senior and was the youngest, but also the most hopeful of the 4. She was small, well-behaved and cute, so she was taken care of by the other 3. But when she got on the bus prepared by the school, Gu Xingyin unexpectedly saw Lu Yu. Sitting with him were a few other first high school students. They should be the students from Lin City First High School this time. It turned out that the two schools were from the same city, and after arriving in the capital, they were considered to be a small group. The principals of the two schools discussed and decided that it would be better to simply put these students together and cultivate their feelings in advance. But in fact, the students of the two schools were very unfamiliar with each other. They sat on both sides of the bus and only communicated with their schoolmates. The teachers of both sides were helpless. They couldn't force the students to make friends, right? Gu Xingyin held her cup and sat by the window drinking water. Little did she know that her actions had attracted the attention of almost everyone in the car. The adorable little girl was holding a hamster cup and drinking slowly. It was like a big hamster hugging a small hamster. How could there be such a cute girl? A student from Linqing First High School burst into laughter. Gu Xingyin looked over in confusion, only to find that most of the people in the bus were looking at her. She blinked in confusion and reached out a hand to touch her face. There was nothing wrong. What were they looking at? Her reaction caused many people to smile again. Even Lu Yu had a faint smile on his face. He didn't notice that Gu Xingyin seemed to have seen something incredible. She stared at him and said, "You can actually laugh." After she finished speaking, she realized what she had just said. Her face suddenly turned red, and she held the cup to cover her face, pretending that she was looking at the scenery. Pfft, ha 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 ha. This time, even the teacher leading the team laughed. The awkward atmosphere in the bus disappeared in an instant. A student from Linqing First High School even teased, "Looks like our genius Lu is still the best." He even got a spot in third high school. Chapter 5:14. For the rest of the journey, the atmosphere in the car was very good. However, Gu Xingyin helplessly realized that everyone seemed to like teasing her. Come on, Chang Xian just looked very silly and cute. She was not really silly. Gu Xingyin, who looked innocent on the outside but was cunning on the inside, sneered in her heart. After making a few people who made fun of her suffer in secret, those people finally restrained themselves a little. However, during the meal, a drumstick was served to her. "Xian Xian, come and eat more. Looking at you, I know that you don't eat enough." On the other side, a bowl of soup was served as well, and he added, "That's right, Xian Xian, eat more." A few minutes later, Gu Xingyin looked at the small mountain of soup in the small bowl and wanted to cry. She was being raised like a little pig. When she got out of the car, "Come, I'll carry it for you." The luggage bag in her hand was snatched away by a senior. "That's right, how can you let a girl carry your luggage?" The school bag on her back was also taken off. The senior who was carrying her own school bag smiled at this scene, and did not feel that she was being treated unfairly at all. "That's right, such a young child, it's only right to pamper her a little." The senior thought to herself with relief. "Senior sister, have you forgotten how you exploited your younger brother who just entered the third grade at home?" Although Gu Xingyin felt that they were a little too enthusiastic, she did not feel disgusted. This was because she could feel that these people's kindness to her was genuine. But, why? Gu Xingyin was puzzled. She did not do anything special. The system gave the answer, it mainly depends on the face and temperament. Gu Xingyin, the system continued, to be more specific, Chang Xian has always been the kind of person who is small and delicate and can easily arouse the maternal instincts of others. It's just that in the original plot, she put all her attention on Huang An Yuan and never cared about anyone else. Naturally, other people can feel her feelings, and of course, they will not be cold to her. But after the change of host, although you tried your best to pretend to be Chang Xian, you didn't have any feelings for Huang An Yuan. Of course, the feeling you gave others would be different. In this way, Chang Xian's advantage will be fully displayed. Gu Xingyin thought about it carefully. Indeed, in the original plot, although Chang Xian's popularity wasn't bad, it wasn't very good either. She didn't even have a close friend in school. It was very normal. She had only chatted with him for a few sentences, and she would say, "Brother An Yuan." Who could stand it? So much so that after Chang Xian's incident, although everyone would scold Huang An Yuan for being a scumbag and a hooligan, no one went to Chang Xian's side at that time to comfort her. After Gu Xingyin came to this world, although the people around her didn't realize that Chang Xian's soul had changed, they could sense her change and were naturally willing to get close to her. The school had already arranged hotel accommodations for the students who came to participate in the competition. Gu Xingyin and a senior from the school stayed in the same room. Gu Xingyin came out of the shower and saw the senior reading a book. "Senior, you're so hardworking," Gu Xingyin exclaimed. The senior looked at her helplessly. "Believe it or not, if you casually knock on their room right now, I guarantee that they're all reading." She was just saying it casually, but she didn't expect this junior to believe it. She put on her pajamas and ran out of the room. The senior, her heart was suddenly filled with endless worry. What would happen to such an innocent junior sister if no one protected her in the future? Chapter 5:15. Gu Xingyin knocked on the doors of a few rooms one by one. Just as the senior had expected, they were all reading books. After knowing the purpose of her visit, the few of them were like the senior. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but at the same time, they were worried for this one-track-minded junior. The last room belonged to Lu Yu. Lu Yu opened the door and was a little surprised to see Gu Xingyin outside the door. In a flash, Gu Xingyin entered the door. Sure enough, Lu Yu's roommate was reading a thick physics book in front of the desk. Lu Yu looked at her and looked around the entire room. Then, as if she had discovered a new continent, she said excitedly, "Genius Lu, you're not reading." Lu Yu didn't know what she was thinking. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Why should I read?" Gu Xingyin said proudly, "Senior said that if I knocked on the doors of every room, you would all be reading books. I don't need to believe it." Sure enough, you're not reading. Lu Yu knew what was going on. Only the little girl in front of him would take such words seriously. At this time, Lu Yu's roommate said, "You can't compare Lu Yu to a group of ordinary people like us. I've participated in so many competitions with him. Every time, I would stay up late to study. This guy has never brought a book." What was even more heart-wrenching was the fact that this guy, who never brought a book, would completely defeat them, who had studied hard, and win first place every time. Sigh, this guy felt that his life was full of tears just thinking about it. Gu Xingyin stuck out her tongue and was about to leave when Lu Yu suddenly stopped her. Lu Yu looked her up and down and said, "Girls, it's better not to walk around in pajamas in the future. It's not safe." After saying that, he turned his face and walked to the side. Gu Xingyin lowered her head and looked at her outfit. It was autumn now. She was wearing long-sleeved cotton pajamas. Was there anything wrong with it? No, as an obedient and cute little girl, she still smiled and nodded at Lu Yu before leaving. After Gu Xingyin left, Lu Yu's roommate looked at him with an expression of, "I've discovered a big secret." Oh my, our top student Lu Yu has always been a flower on the top of the mountain. Why is he suddenly concerned about others? Lu Yu didn't even bother to look at him. She's so innocent. Isn't it normal for others to care about her? After thinking for a while, he added, "She has a boyfriend. Don't think too much about it. It'll affect her reputation." However, she didn't know if he was talking to his roommate or himself. "Senior." Gu Xingyin pushed open the door. The senior looked at her happy face and asked directly, "Let me guess. Is there someone who didn't read the book?" Gu Xingyin nodded. The senior thought to herself that she was right and continued, "That person must be Brainiac Lu." Gu Xingyin widened her eyes. "How did you know?" The senior said helplessly, "Brainiac Lu never brings books with him when he goes out." Who doesn't know? She was just saying it casually. Who knew that Gu Xingyin would take it seriously? Gu Xingyin sat down with a smile. "I didn't bring books either." The senior pretended to be angry and said, "I know. Brainiac Lu is a pervert. Now, there's another little pervert." The few of them could represent the school to participate in the national competition. They were all top students in the school and were the top students in the eyes of others. However, there were some people who were born to bring down others. Chapter 5:16. The situation of the competition was similar to what they had expected. After rounds of competition, the first and second place were unsurprisingly decided between Gu Xingyin and Lu Yu. According to the original plot, Chang Xian had lost. Gu Xingyin did not intend to fight for such an undeserved reputation. In the end, her score was slightly lower than Lu Yu's and she had to settle for second place. Xian, are you okay? Xian, don't be sad. You're still smiling. Lu Yu is 1 year higher than you. Next time, you definitely won't lose. Let's go. Teacher will bring you to a feast. The contestants from other places looked curiously at Lin Cheng's side. The other contestants were congratulating the winner, but on their side, everyone was comforting the girl who had won second place. They were not afraid that the winner would feel uncomfortable. The students who wanted to watch the show all looked at Lu Yu and found that he was indeed frowning and walking towards Gu Xingyin, who was surrounded by the crowd. There was a good show to watch. The onlookers expressed that their gossipy hearts were burning. Seeing Lu Yu walk to Gu Xingyin's side, his expression was still a little cold. Then he said, with your level, you shouldn't have made a mistake in the last experiment. Be more careful. This first place should have been yours, he said with a little displeasure. What? The onlookers were dumbfounded. What happened to the catfight? This script was not right. Gu Xingyin thought to herself that she had made a mistake on purpose. Of course, she could not say that out loud. She could only laugh awkwardly and stick out her tongue. I know. I'll be more careful next time. What a cute girl. The onlookers saw her actions and thought in their hearts. No, wasn't the focus of attention that they were clearly competitors, but why were they so harmonious with each other? They were clearly not from the same school. The other students from the two schools looked at the expressions of the people around them and knew what they were thinking. Suddenly, a mysterious sense of superiority rose in their hearts. I know what others don't know. How can you understand the unity and friendship between our Lin City schools? This time, the results of the two schools in Lin City were pretty good. Since the school would pay for all the expenses, the two leading teachers discussed and decided to delay their return for a day. In the evening, they took the students out for a big meal. After dinner, the students even asked them to open a KTV box. Gu Xingyin sat in the corner, absent-mindedly listening to a boy wailing and howling. The system had just reminded her that after half a month, Huang and Yuan and Qing Luochen really began to have good feelings for each other. Gu Xingyin was mentally prepared for this, so she wasn't surprised. She was just thinking about how to face Huang and Yuan and deal with this matter when she returned to school. Xian, don't just sit there. Come, senior sister has ordered a song for you. Unexpectedly, a microphone was stuffed into her hand. Gu Xingyin didn't understand and took it. A familiar childhood memory rang in her ears. On the other side of the mountain, on the other side of the sea, there was a group of Smurfs. Gu Xingyin, senior sister, you can do it. She tried to act cute and ask the others for help, but everyone including the leading teacher looked at her with a smile. Gu Xingyin, a group of people watching the fun, I'll endure it. She endured the shame and finished singing the song. Senior sister didn't let her go and shook the phone. Junior sister's soft cute children's collector's edition, I saved it. Ha, 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 ha. The laughter of the group filled the box. Chapter 5:17. Gu Xingyin happily returned to school. She knew that there was still a good show waiting for her. On this day, Huang and Yuan waited for her to go to school as usual. There was no difference between the two of them. Until Gu Xingyin went to her class. The classes in the third high school were arranged according to the students' grades. The first, second, and third classes were the legendary important classes and the others were the normal classes. Chang Xian was of course the important class of the important classes, a student from the first class. And Huang and Yuan was in the normal class. Gu Xingyin sat in her seat for the morning self-study. There was never a teacher in class 1's morning self-study and the school never worried that the students would waste time. Gu Xingyin hadn't sat down for long when the desk mate beside her patted her shoulder. Gu Xingyin turned her head. Her desk mate was a girl with glasses. She looked very quiet and her name was Li Man. Xian, I have something to tell you. Li Man looked a bit conflicted. Gu Xingyin's heart skipped a beat, but her face showed a trace of curiosity. Li Man hesitated for a bit before asking, do you know who Qing Luo Chen is? The second-year student in our school, the very beautiful girl. Gu Xingyin nodded, I've heard of her. Even if Chang Xian hadn't seen Qing Luo Chen, she definitely wouldn't be unfamiliar with this name. Li Man's expression became even more conflicted. She lowered her voice and said, I have something to tell you, don't be angry when you hear it. Right now the school is abuzz with rumors, saying that Qing Luo Chen and... She paused for a bit before continuing, are very close to your families Huang and Yuan. Li Man's words were light. The two of them could clearly be described as intimate. Huang and Yuan and Chang Xian, in the eyes of all the students, were a pair with a good relationship. Qing Luo Chen coming in now would easily cause others to dislike her. After Li Man finished, she looked at Gu Xingyin with some worry. She knew how much Xian liked Huang and Yuan and was afraid that she would be sad. Gu Xingyin's reaction was out of her expectations. Her face was still calm as she smiled and said, they might just be normal classmates. I'll personally ask Big Brother and Yuan after school. Li Man's hands were already wrinkling the corner of her shirt. It was clear that her heart wasn't as calm as she looked. She sighed in her heart and didn't say anything. She could only hope that it was like what Xian said. After school, Huang and Yuan and Xian didn't Xian. Brother An Yuan, can I ask you something? Gu Xingyin's expression was not as happy as usual. Huang An Yuan's heart skipped a beat, but he still smiled and said, what is it? Tell me. Gu Xingyin stopped and turned to look at him, I heard that you and our school's Qing Luo Chen have been getting closer recently. When she said this, her eyes were fixed on Huang An Yuan. Huang An Yuan was not used to it. His Xian had always looked at him with longing and dependence, calling him Big Brother An Yuan softly. When had she ever looked at him so seriously? He subconsciously denied it. Don't listen to other people's nonsense. Luo Chen wants to join the school's cheerleading team. If there's anything, please call me. That's why we got closer. Gu Xingyin said lightly, oh. Is that so? Chapter 518. She looked at Huang and Yuan. Big Brother and Yuan is only one of the basketball team members. She didn't ask about anyone else and only asked about you. There are so many cheerleaders on the basketball team, but Big Brother and Yuan isn't close to any of them, you're only close to Qing Luo Chen. There are so many students in the school, but no one else has a scandal, only the two of you. She gave a short laugh. Big Brother and Yuan, do you think I'm stupid? Huang and Yuan was a bit angry from her words as he said, Xian, you weren't like this before. Why are you like those girls now, being so calculative? Look, his thoughts were seen through and he was blaming her. Gu Xingyin retorted without any trace of politeness, what does Big Brother and Yuan want me to be like? Forever locking myself in the ivory tower, not caring about the outside world, pretending not to know about the rumors about my boyfriend, lying to myself that you'll always be true to me? Huang and Yuan had never seen such a eloquent Chang Xian, he was at a loss for words. Seeing that he couldn't even give a proper explanation, Gu Xingyin gave a cold snort. She took her bag back from his hands and went home on her own. On the other side of the road, Lu Yu looked at the two with a frown. Chang Xian seemed to have a conflict with her boyfriend? He looked again and Chang Xian had already left with her bag without looking back. Lu Yu put this matter in his heart and walked away. The next morning, Gu Xingyin finished Mother Chang's love breakfast as usual and went out. Huang and Yuan was waiting for her at the entrance of the community early in the morning. Gu Xingyin looked at him and prepared to go around him. Huang and Yuan came over with a smile and said with a smile, Xian, don't be angry, there's really nothing between me and Qing Luo Chen. We've been together for so many years, do you still not believe it? Gu Xingyin gave a cold snort, but her tone was much more relaxed. Then explain to me, where did the rumors about you two come from? Huang Anyuan naturally said a lot of good things, and her anger finally subsided a little. Gu Xingyin also knew that this was just some gossip. Huang Anyuan and Qing Luochen didn't really do anything. With Chang Xian's character, it was impossible for her to break up with Huang Anyuan so easily. She had asked the system to keep an eye on the two of them at all times. As long as the two of them secretly met, she would be the first to know. When the time came, she would give them a big gift. Huang Anyuan was a little depressed recently. Xian, who had always liked to stick to him, threw a tantrum after hearing the rumors about him and Luo Chen. He managed to coax her with great difficulty, but she still treated him indifferently and was no longer as considerate as before. Even his buddies from the basketball team said to him meaningfully, "And Yuan, what about this girl? You have to take a good look at what is truly suitable for you. I've seen my sister-in-law pour her heart and soul out to you all these years. Don't go down the wrong path." Xian was small, so they all jokingly called her sister-in-law. Occasionally, he would even hear his classmates talking about him, saying that he was two-timing and was a scumbag. It was simply too distracting. He couldn't help but blame Gu Xingyin. If she was willing to continue being sweet with him like before and the person involved didn't care, the rumors would naturally fall apart. Xian was becoming less and less considerate. Chapter 519. At this time, Huang and Yuan received a call from Qing Luo Chen. He hesitated a bit, but still picked it up. Gu Xingyin quickly received the news that the two of them were together again. She sneered in her heart, as the saying goes, a dog can't change its spots. If she believed that Huang and Yuan could keep it, she might as well buy a lottery ticket and win the first prize. Third high school was only this big and Huang and Yuan and Qing Luochen were both in school, so it was inevitable that they would be exposed. The rumors in the school spread even more and even Gu Xingyin heard a few things. "Aya, Xian, why are you still so calm?" Li Man was worried for her. Gu Xingyin just smiled and shook her head. Li Man thought that she still had expectations for Huang and Yuan and couldn't help shaking her head in her heart. Xian is too naive. At the same time, her heart was filled with disgust towards Huang and Yuan and Qing Luo Chen who came between the two of them. One was a scum who ate from the bowl and looked at the pot, the other was a slut who knew that he had a girlfriend and still stuck to him. It seemed like the two of them were a good match. Under Gu Xingyin's connivance, there were more than one or two people who had the same thoughts as Li Man. Before Huang and Yuan and Qing Luochen realized it, their reputation in Lin City's third high school had already been ruined. After class, Gu Xingyin heard someone say that someone was looking for her and she went out to see an unexpected person. "Big Sister Shirley." Gu Shirley looked at her. "Have you heard about your boyfriend Huang and Yuan's troublesome matters? That daring fellow actually dared to play with the people Gu Shirley is protecting." Xian, say something, do you want Big Sister Shirley to help you beat him up? As long as you say something, I can make it so that he can't come to school for half a month. Gu Xingyin. Very good, this girl was a bit savage. But on the surface, she just bit her lips and said awkwardly, "I don't believe that Big Brother and Yuan is this kind of person. He personally told me that there was nothing between him and Qing Luochen." Gu Shirley was so angry that he wanted to laugh. If there was really nothing going on, why would the rumors be so fierce? Everyone knew that the two of them were together. Only an innocent girl like Chang Xian still foolishly believed in her big brother An Yuan. She didn't say much. "Alright, since you believe him, I won't say anything. If you figure it out one day, remember to look for me. I've disliked that guy for a long time." Gu Xingyin looked at her helplessly. "Big sister, when you domineeringly threw out the words of wanting to beat someone up, could you consider that the person standing opposite you was his girlfriend?" When Gu Xingyin returned to her seat, Li Man suddenly leaned over mysteriously and whispered, Xian, is that person the legendary Gu Shirley? When she said this, the excitement in her eyes could not be concealed. Gu Xingyin nodded, puzzled. She asked, you also know Big Sister Shirley? Li Man nodded vigorously. Of course, Gu Shirley is my idol. I once saw with my own eyes that he sent a hooligan who came to our school to collect protection money flying with one kick. He's simply too handsome. Gu Xingyin. Children these days, their beauty was really different. In the neighboring Lin City First High School, Lu Yu also knew about Huang and Yuan and Qing Luo Chen. Top student Lu, did you hear? Our Xian's boyfriend cheated on her. Voila, Lu Yu's pen made a scratch on the page of the book. He coldly said. Chapter 520. It was a rare once-a-month holiday. In the past, Huang Anyuan would bring Chang Xian around Lin City for a stroll at such times. But this time, Huang Anyuan said that the school team had something to do and asked Gu Xingyin to rest at home. Gu Xingyin knew who had something to do. She called a few people one by one. First, it was Gu Shirley, then Li Man, and then Chang Xian's good friends in school. Her reason was that it was a rare holiday and everyone was going out to play. Among these people, other than Gu Shirley, they were all good girls who were focused on studying. At first, Gu Shirley felt a little depressed when she saw this. After all, in her mind, these top students with good grades had always had their eyes on the top of their heads. They would never bother with a bad student like her. The other girls looked at Gu Shirley and were a little scared. After all, in their minds, Gu Shirley was the kind of bad student who was disobedient, undisciplined, and liked to fight and cause trouble. But there was Li Man. Before anyone could speak, Gu Shirley saw a quiet girl with glasses walk over. Her eyes flashed with a fanaticism that didn't match her appearance. Senior Shirley, my name is Li Man. I'm Xuan's deskmate, Li Man introduced herself. You know me? Gu Shirley was surprised. The kindness in the girl's eyes made her expression soften. Li Man nodded vigorously. Of course. I think Senior Shirley is very handsome. Gu Shirley could not help but laugh. She glanced at Gu Xingyin. What kind of friends did Xian have? All of them did not play by the rules. She looked at Li Man and could not help but smile. Thank you for the compliment. You're very beautiful too. Since she knew one of them, Gu Shirley naturally introduced herself to the others. Both sides realized that the other party was not as difficult to get along with as they thought. They were surprisingly harmonious. Xian, where do you plan to take us to play today? Li Man asked. Gu Xingyin had asked them out in the name of taking them out to play. When she heard the question, she smiled and said, the second prize for the physics competition this time is quite a lot. My parents let me keep it all for myself. What do you think about going to the new underwater world? A girl said, the underwater world. I'm planning to go there when I'm free. Everyone thought that it was a good idea to have a barbecue after watching it. Gu Xingyin was in a good mood as she set off with her little friends. Of course, the reason why she chose the underwater world was not just for fun. The real important point was, Huang and Yuan and Qing Luo Chen's date was at this place. Gu Xingyin and the others came in the morning, while Huang Anyuan's date was in the afternoon. Gu Xingyin invited everyone to enjoy the scenery and eat. After all, even though she had brought them here out of selfishness, since she was treating, she naturally had to let them have a good time, right? After the meal, Li Man suddenly said, oh, I forgot that there's a mermaid performance on the second floor. Shall we go and take a look? Everyone's interest was piqued by her words, and they all expressed their desire to go and take a look. Gu Xingyin, who was worried about finding a reason to let everyone in, said, Man, good job. She really was a godly assist. Li Man excitedly walked in front, wanting to see what the mermaid performance was like. However, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Because in front of her, there were two familiar figures holding hands and talking intimately. The smile on the boy's face looked very happy. Chapter 521. Li Man recognized Huang and Yuan and also recognized the girl by his side. She unconsciously stopped and turned around. She didn't know if she should tell Gu Xingyin or tell them to change paths. But Gu Xingyin had already seen it. Gu Xingyin wasn't the only one who saw this. The people around her also saw this scene clearly. Gu Xingyin's face instantly turned pale. These days, no matter what rumors she heard, no matter what people said about Huang and Yuan and Qing Luochen, she had always comforted herself that it was all fake. But seeing the two of them being so intimate, she couldn't lie to herself anymore. The little girl's eyes were wide open as she stared at the two of them not far away. Even she didn't expect tears to fall down her cheeks. It was probably because the disbelief and pain in her eyes were too strong that the girl by her side panicked and quickly went to her side to comfort her. Li Man took out a tissue from her bag and helped Gu Xingyin wipe the tears that couldn't be stopped. Gu Xingyin didn't move at all as she let her wipe, but her eyes stubbornly looked over there. Li Man said with heartache, Xian, don't cry. You're this sad and the two of them are still there, it's not worth it. She seemed a bit angry as she said this. She handed the tissue to the other girl and angrily said, no. I have to ask Huang and Yuan, how did our Xian let him down, how could she do this kind of thing? When she turned around, she found that the shameless couple was kissing each other. Li Man was stunned. She unconsciously turned back to look at Gu Xingyin. She found that she was tightly pursing her lips and her tears had stopped, but her eyes were still a bit red. In her eyes, there was no sadness and shock from before. There was only darkness and a deathly stillness. This kind of Gu Xingyin seemed to be fine, but it made people feel even more heartache. Gu Shirli, who had been standing on the side without making a sound, suddenly gave a cold snort. This kind of man, what's there to ask? She directly walked towards the two of them who were kissing and forcefully separated them. Huang and Yuan and Qing Luochen were being lovey-dovey with each other when they were caught off guard. They were embarrassed and angry. Huang and Yuan blushed and turned his head. Who's so short? Pa! What he got in return was a resounding slap. Gu Shirli waved his hand and looked at him with disdain. Scum! She turned around and looked at Qing Luochen on the other side, who had been shocked by this unforeseen event. She gave him another slap in the face. Pa! Gu Shirli glanced at her contemptuously and spat out, bitch. She sneered and reached out her hand to point at the two of them. The two of you are quite compatible. Qing Luochen came back to her senses and realized that she had been slapped in front of everyone. She turned around and looked around. Sure enough, she saw many people looking at her. She felt a huge sense of shame surround her. She covered her face and screamed, Gu Shirli. You dare to hit me? Gu Shirli didn't even bat an eyelid. You're so shameless, so what if I hit you? Qing Luochen was so angry that her tears were about to fall. She unconsciously turned to look at Huang and Yuan. At this time, girls hoped that their boyfriends would stand up for them. Who knew that when she looked over, she would see Huang and Yuan looking in a direction in a daze. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Chapter 522. Sure enough, Qing Luochen followed Huang and Yuan's gaze and saw a familiar figure. Chang Xian. Qing Luochen and Chang Xian had never officially met before. But Qing Luochen was very familiar with this girl. Ever since she fell in love with Huang Anyuan, she had done a lot of research on this girl who was said to be his childhood sweetheart for more than 10 years. Qing Luochen had always been very confident in herself. She felt that this little girl who hadn't grown up yet would only be defeated if she met her. But seeing Huang and Yuan like this, seeing him looking at Chang Xian with a worried and guilty gaze, this was the first time she wasn't confident in her own charm. And Yuan, you're just going to let this woman bully me? She said in dissatisfaction, trying to call back Huang and Yuan's thoughts. Huang and Yuan looked at Gu Shirli and didn't know what to say. Gu Shirli looked like he was venting for Xian. He was indeed in the wrong. Qing Luochen sneered, Huang and Yuan, Qing Luochen didn't want all the boys who pursued me and chose you. Can't you act like a man at this crucial moment? She saw Huang Anyuan's conflicted expression, but he still looked at Chang Xian from time to time. She only felt wronged and ashamed in her heart. Do you think that your girlfriend will continue to be with you after seeing the two of us like this? These words seemed to wake Huang and Yuan up. His expression shook and he didn't care about Qing Luochen and Gu Shili. He quickly walked over to Gu Xingyin. Qing Luochen was left alone and she was so angry that her tears were about to fall. Gu Shili crossed his arms and sneered, "See, you tried so hard to get between the two of them, but in reality? What do they think you are?" The most important thing in Huang and Yuan's heart is still Xian Xian. She said this, but she was a bit worried. What if Xian Xian was convinced by Huang and Yuan and still wanted to be with him? Gu Shili sighed in his heart. Although it was her freedom to choose, if Xian Xian really chose to be with Huang and Yuan, he would be disappointed. She didn't like to study and her family situation was complicated. She saw some things more clearly than good children who only wanted to study. Men were the most unreliable things. This was especially true for someone like Huang Anyuan, who had learned to have a foot in two boats in high school. He wasn't someone who could live a long life together. Huang Anyuan came to Gu Xingyin's side. His face still had the handprint of Gu Shili's slap. He looked extremely ridiculous. "Xian Xian, listen to my explanation." Huang Anyuan opened his mouth and said. Gu Xingyin looked at him calmly, there was no joy or anger in her voice. "Explain that I've been watching you guys for so long and that the person holding hands with Qing Luochen isn't you? Or is it our misconception that the two of you kissed each other?" Huang Anyuan's face was pale. He had never seen Xian Xian like this before. In his impression, Xian Xian had smiled at him, cried, and acted coquettishly. However, he had never seen her like this before. It was as though she was looking at something unbearable. "I was wrong." Huang Anyuan looked at Gu Xingyin with a sincere gaze and admitted his mistake without hesitation. "Xian Xian, can you forgive me this once, considering our relationship of more than 10 years? Chapter 523. Gu Xingyin didn't say anything. Huang Anyuan looked at her nervously. He really liked her. Just as he said, more than 10 years of feelings couldn't be given up so easily. Even Huang Anyuan himself had imagined that he would start a family with Chang Xian in the future. In the future he envisioned, he had never left Chang Xian. But how ridiculous it would be if word got out that he liked her and wanted to marry her, but he couldn't resist the temptation of another woman. Gu Xingyin looked at Huang Anyuan. She made her own response. Slap. Just like Gu Shili's slap, she also slapped Huang Anyuan. Seeing Huang Anyuan looking at her in disbelief, Gu Xingyin smiled. "I'm sorry, Huang Anyuan. You're not that shameless." Huang Anyuan. This was the first time in Chang Xian's life that she called him by his full name. "Why should I, Chang Xian, suffer and forgive someone like you? Just like you said, we have more than 10 years of feelings. You can ignore this and trample on our more than 10 years of feelings. Why should I suffer for it? You owe me that slap just now." "Huang Anyuan, we're finished," Gu Xingyin said. She turned around and walked toward the exit without looking back. Li Shirley slowly chased after their feelings. Gu Shirley also walked over. When he passed by Huang Anyuan, he sighed and said, "I didn't expect Xian Xian to have such a strong temper despite looking so small and soft." "Not bad, I like it." Huang Anyuan didn't move and let her ridicule him. Gu Shirley didn't spend much effort on him. He walked in the direction Gu Xingyin left. Gu Xingyin's eyes were red when she left. The tears that she had just held back fell instantly. She found a secluded bench and lay down on it, crying her heart out. Li Man Man and the others didn't stop her this time. Although Xian Xian seemed to leave freely, they all knew how much this girl had liked Huang Anyuan before. The more deeply she liked him, the more pain she felt when she left. Until Gu Xingyin raised her head. The tears on her face had been wiped clean. She smiled at them and said, "I'm sorry. I wanted to invite you out to play, but I didn't expect to encounter such a disappointing situation." Gu Shirley snorted. "You know how precious my time is. In the end, I spent more than an hour watching you cry." Gu Xingyin smiled embarrassedly, but her eyes were resolute. "Don't worry, big sister Shirley. This is definitely the last time I cry for him. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other at night." Gu Shirley smiled. "It's good that you think that way. How old are you?" He had only met a piece of trash. "Our Xian Xian is such a cute girl, she will definitely meet a boyfriend who will love her the most in the world." Li Man also chimed in, "Sister Shirley is right. Huang Anyuan losing you is his regret. Our Xian Xian will definitely meet someone better in the future." Gu Xingyin thought that she had already met the best. She smiled embarrassedly. "What nonsense are you talking about? I don't want to think about these things now. I should study hard and get into a good university." Li Man pouted. "You still have to study hard. I think you can get into a good university with your eyes closed." Her tone was full of jealousy. The others also joked and tried to make Gu Xingyin feel better. A good university. Which university would Lu Yu get into? Chapter 524. The news of Chang Xian and Huang Anyuan breaking up quickly spread throughout the school. It wasn't that Li Man and the others were gossiping, but that the two of them were too obvious. In the past, as long as something happened to Huang Anyuan or the basketball team, Chang Xian would be the first one to rush over. But now, when people who didn't know the situation called her to watch a game, they were all rejected. Not to mention that Huang Anyuan had been standing outside the classroom for the past few days. Anyone with a discerning eye could see who he was waiting for. But Huang Anyuan had been standing there for so many days and Gu Xingyin didn't even look at him. Everyone connected the rumors that had been spreading around the school not long ago, and of course they understood what was going on. Since Gu Xingyin took over Chang Xian's body, her relationship with her classmates had become much more harmonious. She was cute and had good grades. She didn't find it troublesome to help her classmates solve any problems they had. Everyone in the class laughed and said that Xian Xian was now the treasure of the class. Now, the treasure of the class was wronged. That's right, even if it looked like Gu Xingyin had dumped Huang Anyuan, the people of the class all agreed that Huang Anyuan had wronged Gu Xingyin. The truth was just like that. Bullying someone and still daring to come to class one's territory, if they didn't mess with you, who would they mess with? As a result, the students on duty in Class 1 became unprecedentedly diligent. When class was over, as long as Huang Anyuan appeared outside Class 1, the students on duty in Class 1 felt that the corridor outside the classroom seemed to be a little dirty. Every time they mopped the floor, the students would always, accidentally, throw the dirty mop onto him. Huang Anyuan didn't even have time to get angry before he received a sincere smile and an apology. "Ah. This student, I'm really sorry, I didn't see you here, he. How could Huang Anyuan not understand that the people of Class 1 didn't like him? But there was no other way, Xian Xian was here. If he didn't wait for her to say something, he wouldn't give up. It wasn't that Qing Luochen didn't come looking for him during this time, but his heart was filled with Chang Xian. Every time she went over, it made Qing Luochen very angry, so she went to vent her anger on her own. A week later, Huang Anyuan still refused to leave the classroom. Everyone in Class 1 was annoyed by him. That day, a girl who went out with Gu Xingyin to play and saw him kissing Qing Luochen, decided to go all the way and did something sinister. She wrote a small note and placed a copy in Huang Anyuan and Qing Luochen's office. The content was that the two of them were in a relationship. It was commonly known as snitching. A key high school like No. 3 High School had always been very strict about students falling in love at a young age. Previously, Huang Anyuan's homeroom teacher probably knew about the matter between Huang Anyuan and Chang Xian. However, after understanding the situation of the two and knowing that the parents of the two families had tacitly agreed to it, he didn't care too much. But now that it was Huang and Yuan and Qing Luochen, it was different. Puppy love. Discipline, he must be severely disciplined. Students should prioritize their studies. This kind of thing must be notified to the parents. At noon the next day, Huang Anyuan, who would appear at the door of class 1 every day, was nowhere to be seen. Gu Xingyin received the message from the system and almost fainted from laughing. Chapter 525. When Huang and Yuan's father received a call from Huang and Yuan's class teacher saying that his son was in a relationship, he didn't take it seriously. As his parents, how could they not see the relationship between his son and Xian Xian? Xian Xian's grades were good and she was well behaved. He and his wife were very satisfied. But since his son's class teacher had called, it was better to go. However, when Father Huang arrived at school and listened to the teacher, he found that there was something wrong with the girl who was in a relationship with his son. Sorry teacher, can I ask, who is the girl? With our Yuan. Huang and Yuan's class teacher pushed up his glasses and coughed. It's a second-year female student. I'm sorry Mr. Huang, we can't disclose the student's information. Second year? Then it wasn't Xian Xian. This stinky brat. The only thing Father Huang wanted to do now was to take out his belt and give his son a good beating. Huang and Yuan's walking posture was a bit strange when he arrived at school the next day. Qing Luochen said that she had taken a week off. When Gu Xingyin returned home at night, she found that Mother Chang and Father Chang's expressions weren't very good. Gu Xingyin thought for a bit and knew that the Huang family had come over. But since they didn't say anything, Gu Xingyin of course wouldn't take the initiative to mention this matter. After dinner, the family sat in the living room watching the news. Mother Chang came over with cut fruits and finally couldn't help but speak. Xian Xian, Yuan and Yuan, that child. Mother Chang hesitated. Although they knew about the two children's matters in their hearts as parents, they had never talked about it on the surface. Gu Xingyin picked up an apple and took a bite. It was sweet and juicy. She swallowed the apple in her mouth and said, I know that father and mother knew about the matter between me and him, but it's all in the past now. Father and mother, don't worry, I will study hard and never think about this kind of thing again. Father Chang and Mother Chang looked at each other. They were worried that their daughter would be sad because of this matter. Why did it seem like their daughter was explaining to them now? But looking at her expression, it didn't seem like she was sad, so they were relieved. Perhaps his daughter was still young and didn't understand the feelings between men and women. Mom and Dad don't have anything else to say. But Xian Xian, if you get bullied outside, don't keep it to yourself. Tell Mom and Dad, okay? Papa Chang said. Papa Chang rarely interacted with his daughter, but Gu Xingyin knew that his love for his daughter was no less than Mama Chang's. Got it, Gu Xingyin said with a smile. Your daughter is so cute. Others can't wait to adore her. How can they bear to bully me? Mrs. Chang chuckled. You're already so old, but you're still so shameless. Gu Xingyin didn't have any psychological burden when she acted cute. I'm just telling the truth. The Chang family was happy and harmonious, but the atmosphere in Huang Anyuan's house was not very good these few days. After Mr. Huang returned home from school that day, he told his wife about this matter. Mother Huang knew about her son's relationship with Xian Xian. She didn't have any opinion about her future daughter-in-law being a girl like Xian Xian. But her son had unexpectedly broken up with Xian Xian and even fell in love at such a young age. The husband and wife found out that their son was the one who cheated on her. Although it was their son's fault and it seemed like they couldn't be in-laws anymore, the relationship between the two families couldn't be thrown away. After the husband and wife visited the Chang family, as expected, the other side's attitude was very cold. Although Father Huang and Mother Huang were angry at their son, he was still their biological son. Most of their resentment was placed on Qing Luochen, who had seduced their son. Chapter 526. Huang and Yuan hadn't been doing well recently. Xian Xian ignored him. He didn't know how the class teacher found out about him and Qing Luochen, but now she was watching him very closely. His dad wanted to beat him up whenever he saw him, and his back was still aching. What he couldn't stand the most was the way his classmates looked at him. Even his good friends from the basketball team looked at him with pity. It's not that I want to say this, brother, but you're not right. Little sister-in-law. Oh no, Chang Xian is such a good girl, but you don't know how to cherish her. I advised you to think about it. It was as if everyone was looking at him with the word, scumbag, in their eyes. There was once when he went to the school store to buy things, and saw Xian Xian being surrounded by a large group of classmates from afar, with an undisguised happy look on her face. During this time, he had been annoyed by all kinds of things and had a trace of resentment towards Xian Xian. If she hadn't been so determined to break up, how could he have fallen into such a situation? He had already admitted his mistake, and was just short of kneeling down and begging her. What else did she want? Everything was going wrong for him now, but she was doing well, living a very comfortable life. Thinking of this, Huang and Yuan's resentment towards Gu Xingyin became even deeper. If Gu Xingyin knew what he was thinking, she would definitely say, this person's brain is probably sick. Everything was done by Huang and Yuan himself, but now things were out of his expectations, and he wanted to push all the blame onto others. Why don't you go to heaven? It was a coincidence. On this day, Lin City's first high school and third high school held a basketball tournament. Huang and Yuan as the main force of the basketball team naturally had to play. He didn't know why, but the guys from first high school seemed to have taken medicine today. They didn't even care about snatching the ball, and just wanted to block him. As long as he was about to get the ball, the opposing team would immediately put down their original positions and block him even if they lost the ball. Although third high school and first high school had always been competitors, but it wasn't to this extent, right? In the end, third high school won by a narrow margin. But from beginning to end, Huang and Yuan didn't even touch the ball. First high school's team had an excited look after the game, as if they weren't the ones who lost. A bunch of lunatics. Huang and Yuan cursed gloomily. You brat, who did you just say? One of the students from number 1 high school actually heard it. Just as number 1 high school was worrying about finding an excuse to cause trouble, Huang and Yuan came up with an excuse. The basketball team from number 1 middle school walked over aggressively. The leader looked at Huang and Yuan and said, the reason why our two schools are competing in the league tournament is to promote our friendship. Third high school's student, you're causing trouble. Friendship? Huang and Yuan cursed in his heart. What kind of friendship is there between me and you? He said coldly, you're thinking too much. The people from number 1 high school were unhappy with his attitude. What do you mean by that? Do you think you're awesome? Scolding people after winning? Is this the quality of number 3 high school? Do you think our number 1 middle school is a pushover? He said, if you don't apologize to us properly today, I'm telling you, this isn't over. Huang and Yuan was only a 15 or 16-year-old boy. He couldn't stand being provoked by others, so his temper flared up when he heard that. I'm not apologizing today, so what? A bunch of idiots, you really think you're a piece of cake in our number 3 high school's territory. Chapter 527. Gu Xingyin heard the news that Huang and Yuan had a conflict with the people from number 1 middle school on the basketball court. Later, the results came out. Huang and Yuan was the first to scold and provoke them. After all, number 1 middle school's students weren't from their school. The teachers from number 3 middle school informed their teachers to take them back. Huang and Yuan was given a demerit. The basketball captain of number 1 middle school went to look for Lu Yu after returning to school. Genius Lu, we've already done as you said and taught that kid Huang and Yuan a lesson. Look, the notebook that you promised us. Lu Yu nodded. I'll get Zhang Yun to send it to you later. The basketball captain smiled foolishly. There was no trace of the arrogance from before. Okay, then I'll go first. As he walked, he was still muttering in his heart. He didn't know what Huang and Yuan did to provoke Genius Lu. After Lu Yu returned to the dormitory, he saw Zhang Yun with a sneaky smile behind the computer. I say, Lu Yu, I heard that you specifically asked Zhang Chao and the others to cause trouble for Huang Anyuan during the competition. I remember that you're not familiar with him at all. Lu Yu took out a book and opened it. He said lightly, I just don't like him. Zhang Yun said with a meaningful, oh, and said with a smirk, is it purely because you don't like him or because you want to stand up for a cute little girl? Lu Yu glanced at him. I've already sorted out my notes. Zhang Yun immediately reached out his hand and made a zipper over his mouth. I understand, I understand. I don't know anything. I won't say anything. Only then did Lu Yu lower his head to continue reading. Huang Anyuan finally didn't come looking for her again. Gu Xingyin only felt relieved. Being looked at with such a nostalgic and sad gaze every day was really disgusting. He was the one who cheated on her and fell in love with her, but he still had to pretend that his love was as deep as the sea. Those who didn't know would think that she was the one who had a change of heart. It was really disgusting. After school that day, Gu Xingyin was walking alone with his school bag. Chang Xian. Someone was calling her from afar. Gu Xingyin turned around and saw a familiar face. Qing Luochen. She planned to pretend that she didn't see it, but who knew that the other party would chase after her. I want to talk to you, it won't take long. Qing Luochen's expression was very arrogant. A beauty like her indeed had the right to be arrogant. However, Gu Xingyin did not buy it at all. Qing Luochen saw that the other party was completely ignoring her, so she bit her lips, just treat it as me begging you, alright, Chang Xian. Gu Xingyin stopped and looked at her. The two of them went to a coffee shop near the school. Gu Xingyin glanced around. The seats were separated by frosted glass. The entire shop was decorated in a very bourgeois manner. Of course, the price was also quite bourgeois. Qing Luochen's family condition was indeed not bad, most students wouldn't choose to spend their money in this kind of place. Chang Xian, I know that you and Huang Anyuan were originally a couple, but didn't you break up already? Since you've already broken up, can you tell Anyuan to stop hanging out with you after you've broken up? I really like him, but now he can't settle down, he still misses you in his heart. Gu Xingyin raised her hand, stop. She looked at Qing Luochen with a strange expression, so, you came looking for me just to say this? Do you think that when I only gave Huang Anyuan a slap, was it unfair to you? Chapter 528. Gu Xingyin didn't even look at the expensive cup of coffee on the table. First, since you know that I have already broken up with him, then his matters have nothing to do with me, Chang Xian. Second, although I have broken up with Huang and Yuan, it doesn't mean that everything in the past has been written off. To you, Qing Luochen. Gu Xingyin looked at her and continued, a third party who comes between others, I don't like and hate it from the bottom of my heart. Third, you can't get Huang and Yuan's heart, this has nothing to do with me. It's you who is too useless, please don't put the problem on me, I won't take the blame. Fourth, who you like, how much you like, these have nothing to do with me. Gu Xingyin stood up after saying this, and when she was about to leave, she looked at Qing Luochen again. Right, I hope that you don't look for me next time, it's best if you don't appear in front of me. Because, next time, I can't guarantee that I'll have such a good rest to talk nonsense with you instead of pouring this thing on the table on your head. Gu Xingyin left without looking back, leaving Qing Luochen sitting there in a daze. Her face alternated between red and white. In fact, how could she not know that her behavior today was simply too much of a bully? But, she was still imagining that Chang Xian was a very soft and cute girl. If she acted pitiful in front of her, what if her heart softened? She knew that her reputation wasn't good now, if Chang Xian was willing to say a few good words for her, her days in school would be much better. But she never thought that Chang Xian wasn't as soft as the rumors said, on the contrary, she was very eloquent. She was ridiculed by her and couldn't say anything to refute it. Qing Luochen thought about what Gu Xingyin said to her, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She actually wanted Chang Xian to never appear in third high school. As long as she was no longer in third high school, then the matter between her and Huang Anyuan would gradually be forgotten, right? Gu Xingyin carried her school bag and walked slowly on the road. After walking for a while, she suddenly turned her head. Genius Lu, you've been following me for so long. Are you planning to treat me to dinner? Seeing the other party looking at him with a smile, Lu Yu's expression softened. Sure. He saw the other party's eyes widen a little, as if she didn't expect him to agree. He couldn't help but smile even more. What do you want to eat? Gu Xingyin's eyes curved, revealing the shallow dimples at the corner of her mouth. Genius Lu is treating me to a meal. How many people can have such an honor? Since you're treating, you can make the decision. Lu Yu thought for a moment and brought Gu Xingyin to a place. A noodle shop hidden in the depths of an alley. Gu Xingyin shook her head and said, there's an old saying, the fragrance of wine is hidden in the depths of the alley. I don't know if the noodles in the depths of the alley have the same effect. Lu Yu laughed when he heard this. He said, don't worry, I won't let you down. The customers in the shop were very good and the entire environment was very clean and tidy. The beef noodles they ordered were quickly served. It smells so good. Gu Xingyin couldn't help sniffing and took a sip of the soup. It's delicious. She narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. That expression was like a cat that got its favorite dried fish. Chapter 529. Lu Yu wanted to laugh when he saw her like this. How could there be a girl who could show so many different sides? He couldn't help saying, I saw you talking about that girl one by one. Looking at you now, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that it was the same person. Gu Xingyin ate a mouthful of noodles. The noodles were chewy and the taste of the soup was all in, it was really delicious. She seriously replied, you have to show the kind of attitude you want to show to the kind of person you are dealing with. That Qing Luo Chen, do you believe that if I don't show a strong side, she will think that I'm a soft persimmon that can be easily pinched? She couldn't act like a sweet and innocent girl in front of her lover, her true self had to be known by him. Lu Yu's focus wasn't on this at all. He said, then tell me, why are you like this in front of me? Pure, harmless, just like a delicate kitten. Gu Xingyin blinked and giggled as she said, because I know that you like me from the bottom of your heart, you're really good to me. She didn't hesitate at all when she said this, but Lu Yu's ears suddenly turned red. How could she say the word like in front of a boy so easily? Lu Yu struggled with himself for a bit and found that Gu Xingyin's expression was very normal, there wasn't anything strange at all. Only then did he realize that the like she said was completely different from the like he understood. He thought this through and secretly laughed at himself. Lu Yu, people say that you're mature and steady, you're a general who won't change his expression even if a mitai collapses in front of you. But who would have thought that you would be confused by a little girl's unintentional words? He put those thoughts aside and began to eat his noodles. After eating, Gu Xingyin was about to say goodbye to Lu Yu. Thank you for the noodles, next time when you're free, I'll treat you to a meal. Gu Xingyin said like they were good brothers. Lu Yu couldn't help revealing a smile, then I'll be waiting. Seeing that Gu Xingyin was about to leave, Lu Yu thought for a moment and called out to her, I heard about what happened between you and your boyfriend. Don't be sad, and, even though your boyfriend isn't that great, there are still many good boys in this world. Just like me. Gu Xingyin smiled and said, I know, I won't be sad for such a person. Of course, there are good boys. For example, the genius Lu in front of me is handsome and gentle. He's cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Her last words could not be heard clearly as the girl ran away. Lu Yu stood in the afternoon sunset, watching the girl's figure get farther and farther away. Her shadow was pulled very long, with the infinite vitality of youth. His heart was beating very fast because of Gu Xingyin's last sentence. So, in her heart, he was a handsome and gentle Prince Charming. A breeze that came out of nowhere lifted the corners of his lips and lingered there for a long time. Gu Xingyin, who flirted with her lover every day, was in a very good mood when she returned home. If she didn't meet someone waiting at her door, this good mood might have lasted for the whole night. What are you doing here? She put away the smile on her face and said coldly. Chapter 530. Huang and Yuan looked at her and didn't know what kind of expression to show on his face. He thought about it and decided to get straight to the point. Xian, can you put in a good word for me in school? My reputation in school isn't good right now, even my roommates don't care about me. He said to Gu Xingyin in what he thought was a very sincere manner. Xian, I've already apologized to you for what happened in the past. Let this matter pass and don't make things difficult for me anymore, alright? Gu Xingyin acted like it was her first time meeting him as she looked at Huang and Yuan from head to toe. Huang and Yuan, did I slap you a little too lightly? You have to understand one thing, it's you who wronged me, not me who wronged you. I, Chang Xian, am not some holy white lotus. After being slapped in the face, I still have to smile and say that it's a good slap. Also, your reputation in school isn't good. This is your own doing, it has nothing to do with me. You don't have enough face for me to make things difficult for you. Now, immediately, right now, leave my house. Gu Xingyin finished and didn't care about him anymore. She took out her keys and opened the door. With a peng sound, Huang and Yuan was locked outside. This kind of person really made people feel vexed. Huang and Yuan didn't give up and shouted outside the door, Chang Xian, you're really ruthless. We've been friends for more than 10 years and you just threw it away like that. Crazy. Host, be careful tomorrow. Qing Luochen found someone to teach you a lesson. The system suddenly reminded her. Gu Xingyin nodded to show that she understood. The next day before school ended, she specially went to the second grade area to find Gu Shirley. Gu Shirley heard her intentions and raised his eyebrows in surprise before nodding. Gu Xingyin walked back alone. When she passed by a remote alley, she found that she was blocked by people. There were gangsters on both sides dressed in non-mainstream clothes. What do you want? Gu Xingyin grabbed her bag and calmly asked. I have money in my bag. If you want, I can give it all to you. The leader, Little Yellow Hair, sized her up from head to toe and snorted, such a sensible little sister is rare nowadays. Normally, if we were in a good mood, we might have let you go. Unfortunately, someone paid us to teach you a lesson today. What did I just hear? Who dares to make things difficult for someone under my, Gu Shirley's protection? An arrogant voice rang out. When the yellow-haired man heard this voice, his heart skipped a beat. He looked up and saw Gu Shirley standing there with a large group of people, staring at him coldly. How did he offend this ancestor? A smile quickly appeared on the yellow-haired man's face. This is all a misunderstanding. I didn't know that this was the person you were looking after, Miss Gu. It's a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Gu Shirley sneered. Do you believe that even if I leave you with a leg today, it will be a misunderstanding tomorrow? The yellow-haired man knew that it was impossible for him to walk out of here peacefully. He gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and slapped himself hard. I was blind. After slapping himself, he looked at Gu Shirley and saw that the other party's expression was indifferent and didn't say anything. He hardened his heart and slapped himself hard in the face again. After slapping himself more than 20 times, both sides of the yellow-haired man's face were swollen beyond recognition. It was obvious that this person was very harsh on himself and didn't hold back at all. Stop. Gu Shirley finally spoke and looked at him. I'm in a good mood today. You take your people back. Whatever the person behind the scenes told you to do to my sister Chang Xian, you'll pay her back in full. Do you understand? The yellow-haired man acted as if he had been granted amnesty and hurriedly took him away from here. Chapter 531. Gu Xingyin took her school bag and walked in front of Gu Shirley. Thank you, big sister Shirley. Gu Shirley glared at her in annoyance. How do you know that someone wants to deal with you? Gu Xingyin giggled and said, I can predict the future. Gu Xingyin rolled her eyes and didn't keep asking. She just said, be careful, you have to tell me if there's anything, okay? Gu Xingyin nodded. The next day, Qing Luochen didn't come to school. On the third day, on the school's forum, on Lin City's official forum, Qing Luochen's nude photos were anonymously posted. The beautiful girl was stripped of her clothes and covered her body as she sat in the dark alley. Her expression revealed deep despair and fear. Her body was very white and there were purple bruises on it. The surrounding environment was incomparably gloomy, and under the contrast, it created a kind of tyrannical beauty in people's hearts. Lin City's third high school exploded. No one thought that the people around them would encounter this kind of thing. Gu Xingyin didn't have any pity for Qing Luochen. Because these were things that Qing Luochen had told those people to use on her. Qing Luochen was better than Chang Xian in the original plot. Those hoodlums were probably scared by Gu Shirley and didn't dare do anything else. At least her innocence was saved. Although like this, there wasn't much difference between saving it and not saving it. When Gu Shirley came to find Gu Xingyin, her expression wasn't very good. She thought that the grudges between students would just be a small lesson and a few slaps. She didn't think that the other side would be so ruthless. "What deep grudge do you have with her?" Gu Shirley asked. Gu Xingyin had an innocent look. "You know, big sister Shirley, the only interaction between me and Qing Luochen is Huang and Yuan. I'm the victim, all right?" Gu Shirley thought that if Gu Xingyin didn't find her that day, then the person who suffered this kind of thing would be her. Her heart was filled with rage. "If I knew that Qing Luochen was this ruthless, I would have just returned the favor. It really is too easy on her," Gu Shirley hatefully said. Since their daughter had encountered such a thing, Qing Luochen's family of course called the police. Those hooligans didn't dare to betray Gu Shirley, so they had to take the blame themselves. He said that he didn't like this girl, so he wanted to teach her a lesson. It was just a small joke. A small joke? The policeman in charge of the interrogation looked at the hooligans with a gaze as sharp as a sword. But the little hoodlums weren't afraid of this. They didn't do anything to hurt Qing Luochen. Adding in the fact that he was in the underworld, he had some connections. At most he would stay in there for a year or so. Who would have thought that Qing Luochen wouldn't give up at all? When she encountered this kind of thing, she became hysterical. When the police came to her for evidence, she insisted that it was Chang Xian who did it. Why did it involve another person? The police found that something was wrong and asked carefully, but Qing Luochen stuttered. In the end, the truth was revealed. It turned out that this girl was reaping what she sowed. Originally, she was the one who hired people behind the scenes. The things that she suffered now should have all fallen onto another girl. What a vicious heart. Chapter 532. Was this the so-called retribution? The policewoman in charge of the interrogation was very sympathetic towards Qing Luochen. After all, she was only a 17-year-old girl and she suddenly encountered such an unfortunate thing. But after knowing the truth, her impression of Qing Luochen fell to the bottom. Even her attitude was clearly cold. As for Qing Luochen's parents, they were completely frightened by their daughter. How could their beautiful, smart, and obedient daughter do such a thing? But no matter what, she was still their only daughter. If that girl called Chang Xian really took revenge after finding out the truth, they couldn't help but seek justice for their daughter. Gu Xingyin was called out by the class teacher during class. There were several uniformed policemen in the office. Gu Xingyin didn't know what to do. The two policemen wanted to maintain their prestige as policemen, but seeing that the other side was such a small, deer-like girl, their faces couldn't help softening. Gu Xingyin's nervous gaze, the policewoman's voice was very gentle. "You are Chang Xian, right? Don't be afraid, we just came to ask you a few questions." Gu Xingyin's class teacher also said, "I know this child Chang Xian very well. She is very pure, she definitely wouldn't do such a thing." Gu Xingyin slowly calmed down and suddenly asked, "You want to ask me about Qing Luochen?" The two policemen looked at each other and it was still the policewoman who spoke. "Can you tell us what happened that day?" Gu Xingyin nodded. "That day after school, I went to find one of my senior sisters. I'm timid and heard my classmates say that Qing Luo Chen is a petty person who likes to take revenge on others. I was a bit scared and had her follow me for this period of time. Then, we met those hooligans. Big sister Shirley looked very angry and scolded those hooligans. Then she told them to teach the person who wanted to teach me a lesson. Gu Xingyin said this and her body trembled slightly. We all thought that she just wanted to beat me up. I never thought that. She couldn't continue, but her eyes were filled with fear. The two policemen looked at Gu Xingyin's haggard face and knew that she must have been scared out of her wits these past few days. That's right, if it weren't for the sudden turn of events that day, these things would have fallen on her. After asking all the questions they wanted to ask, they left the school. Speaking of which, this matter had nothing to do with this girl named Chang Xian. She was, at best, a victim. Qing Luochen reaped what she sowed. The news that Gu Xingyin was called away by the police was quickly spread by the students in the class. The people in the school quickly found out that the second-year school beauty Qing Luochen was completely reaping what she had sown. She originally wanted to deal with Chang Xian, but in the end, she was the one who got retribution. The students who were full of sympathy for Qing Luochen now had looks of disdain when they talked about her. Not only did she steal her boyfriend, she even planned to ruin her. How could there be such a vicious person in this world? Qing Luochen's reputation was completely ruined in the entire Lin City 3rd High School. It was impossible for her to stay in Lin City 3rd High School. Chapter 533. Gu Xingyin specially went to look for Gu Shirley because of this. She was a little uneasy. The police came to the school to look for me today. Sister Shirley, will we be okay? Gu Shirley smiled. Don't worry. This matter has nothing to do with us. Even if it does, I can make it have nothing to do with us. Gu Xingyin actually had some understanding of Gu Shirley's background. With her father's secret power and status, no one in Lin City dared to touch her. Gu Shirley rubbed Gu Xingyin's head. Don't worry. Your sister Shirley is here. Nothing will happen to him. Look at you. You haven't slept well these days, right? You have dark circles under your eyes. Gu Xingyin smiled helplessly. She did this on purpose. However, she wasn't the only one who was worried. After knowing what happened at school, Mr. and Mrs. Chang were the ones who were the most worried. They didn't know that something so thrilling had happened to their daughter. If she had almost. That girl was going to destroy their Xian. Mr. Chang had work and couldn't leave. Mrs. Chang simply accompanied her daughter to and from school these few days. She really couldn't be at ease. She also learned that the girl in Xuanxuan's school had done this to Xian because of Huang Anyuan. Even though Mr. and Mrs. Chang knew in their hearts that this matter couldn't be blamed on Huang Anyuan, they couldn't help but feel a little angry at him. If Huang Anyuan hadn't provoked her, would this have happened? Mrs. Chang accompanied Gu Xingyin to school for half a month. After much persuasion, Gu Xingyin finally persuaded her not to send her tomorrow. However, after school the next day, Gu Xingyin saw an unexpected person at the school gate. Genius Lu. Gu Xingyin greeted him in surprise. Don't you have class today? Gu Xingyin asked curiously. School had just ended. Although number 1 high school wasn't very far from number 3 high school, it would still take some time to walk there. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yu wouldn't have arrived at number 3 high school's gate at this time. Lu Yu looked at her gently. I'm waiting for you. What he didn't tell her was that ever since he heard about Qing Luochen's matter, he had been worried about her. Every day when she went to school, he would personally come over to see her enter the school or be taken away by her parents. Only then would he be at ease. Today, when she didn't see her mother accompanying her to school, he took the initiative to appear at the school gate of the 3rd high school. Gu Xingyin tilted her head. Why are you waiting for me? Do you want me to treat you to a meal? Lu Yu smiled. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten that you still owe me a meal. All right, I'll treat you to dinner today. I'll call my mom first. Gu Xingyin took out her phone. At a time like this, if she did not inform Nanny Chang that she would be home late, Nanny Chang would be worried to death. Sure enough, Mrs. Chang, who received the call, asked a lot of questions. In the end, she was relieved after confirming that she was treating a good friend to a meal and promised that the other party would send her back. Let's go. But today, I may have to trouble you to send me home. Gu Xingyin smiled slyly. All right. Lu Yu looked at her curved eyes and thought to himself, even if you don't say it, I still want to see you get home safely. After dinner, Lu Yu sent Gu Xingyin to the door. I'm here. Genius Lu, goodbye. Gu Xingyin waved at Lu Yu. I'll wait for you here tomorrow morning. Lu Yu said this and didn't wait for Gu Xingyin to react before he turned to leave. Chapter 534. Lu Yu quickened his footsteps to leave so that he could hide the redness in his ears. There was another reason, he was afraid of Gu Xingyin's rejection. What if she did not want to be with him every day? What he did not know was that Gu Xingyin, who was behind him, saw his slightly messy footsteps and burst out laughing. When she returned home, Mrs. Chang, who had been waiting in the living room, quickly came up to her and looked at her daughter carefully. She was relieved when she saw that there was nothing wrong with her. Who is the friend who sent you home today? Mrs. Chang asked curiously. Gu Xingyin replied, I met him when I went to the capital to participate in the physics competition. He is a top student from No. 1 middle school. I won the second prize and he won the first prize. She thought that Mrs. Chang did not know Lu Yu. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Chang immediately reacted when she heard her words. Is he the one from No. 1 middle school called Lu Yu? Gu Xingyin added. Yes, Lu Yu. A smile appeared on Mother Chang's face. This young man is handsome and energetic. Gu Xingyin looked at her and thought that she was quite familiar with Lu Yu. Mom. How do you know him? Mrs. Chang said, didn't he appear on our lynching TV station a few times? At our age, who doesn't know him with children in school? She looked at Gu Xingyin as she said, you are friends with that child. When you're free tomorrow, invite him over for a meal. She did not feel that there was anything wrong with her daughter being friends with a boy. Gu Xingyin could only attribute this to the power of a top student. She nodded. Then I will ask him. The next morning, when Gu Xingyin went to school, she saw Lu Yu standing under a tree not far from the neighborhood. He was wearing a white shirt and had his hands in his trouser pockets. She did not know what he was writing with his head lowered. Gu Xingyin saw a few girls who passed by secretly looking at him. Morning. Gu Xingyin greeted him. Lu Yu turned around and a faint smile appeared on his handsome face. Morning. Gu Xingyin stuck her tongue out. I thought you were joking yesterday. I didn't expect you to really come. Lu Yu chuckled and shook his head. He said in a low voice, why would I joke with you? Gu Xingyin did not hear clearly and asked in confusion, what? Lu Yu shook his head. Gu Xingyin looked at him and asked, have you had breakfast? Actually, Lu Yu had already eaten. There was an auntie at home who made breakfast. However, when he heard Gu Xingyin's question, he suddenly hesitated and shook his head. Gu Xingyin frowned. How can you skip breakfast? How about this? I'll tell my mom tomorrow to make more breakfast in the future. I'll bring it to you. Let me tell you, my mom's cooking is very good. Lu Yu listened to the girl beside him chattering all the way. He felt that the whole morning seemed to have brightened up with her lively voice. Goodbye, top student Lu. Gu Xingyin stopped and said to Lu Yu. They arrived at school. Lu Yu did not say goodbye. He only replied, see you in the afternoon. Gu Xingyin turned around and walked into the school. She couldn't stop the smile on her face. How could she not have heard what he said? However, she really enjoyed the feeling of being carefully cared for and protected. Chapter 535. Today was destined to not be a peaceful day. After the second class in the morning, Qing Luo Chen's face appeared at the door of the first class. Chang Xian, come out, I have something to ask you. The whole class quieted down in an instant. Everyone's eyes fell on Qing Luo Chen and Gu Xingyin, who was doing her homework outside the door. Gu Xingyin looked out the window. It was hard to imagine that the person standing outside was the beautiful Qing Luo Chen. Her originally round and glossy face had lost a lot of weight, and her complexion was also incomparably pale. The large coat on her body was empty, and one could see at a glance how thin and weak her body was under the clothes. Of course, no matter how haggard a beauty was, she still had her own charm. It seemed that these days, she didn't have a good time. This was common sense. No matter who it was, they wouldn't have a good time after encountering this kind of thing. The current Qing Luochen was like a lone wolf in a desperate situation. No one knew what she would do. Gu Xingyin didn't plan to let herself be cannon fodder. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Xingyin shook her head at Qing Luochen, who was outside the window. This was a rejection. The students of the first class could understand her actions. If it was them, they wouldn't want to see this person for the rest of their lives. Seeing Gu Xingyin completely ignoring her, Qing Luochen was a little surprised. She said in a sharp voice, "I know some secrets about Huang Anyuan, don't you want to know?" Gu Xingyin secretly laughed. Qing Luochen had no other choice. In order to make her leave, she even said this kind of thing. It was a pity. She secretly laughed. Huang Anyuan's secret, what did it have to do with her? She simply took out a pair of headphones from the desk and stuffed them into her ears, showing her rejection to Qing Luochen. Seeing her childish action, many people in the first class couldn't help laughing. A few people who didn't like Qing Luochen directly said, Xian doesn't want to talk to you, we're going to class, you should leave." Qing Luochen looked at Gu Xingyin with some resentment and left unwillingly. No one thought that this would be the last time they would see Qing Luochen. When she woke up from her afternoon nap, Gu Xingyin heard the news of Qing Luochen falling off the building. It was said that she jumped from the 6th floor of the school library. By the time the ambulance arrived, she was already dead. In the pocket of Qing Luochen's white coat, there was a blood-stained suicide note. The letter was filled with tears of blood. In the end, Qing Luochen used a hateful tone to express that the biggest reason she chose to die was because of Huang Anyuan. Some of Huang Anyuan's classmates said that during lunch, Qing Luochen went to find Huang Anyuan and the two of them had an argument at the end of the corridor. They could faintly hear Huang Anyuan calling her dirty and vicious. After that, no one knew where the two of them went. Huang Anyuan returned to the classroom during lunch break, and in less than an hour, the news of Qing Luochen's suicide came out. He used his own death to take revenge on others. Gu Xingyin shook her head. It really was a young life. She would never know that her revenge against Huang Anyuan would only be a nightmare for 1 or 2 months at most. It would be a painful memory of her youth that would be recalled many years later. The ones who were really hurt and engraved in her heart were her parents, who raised her for 17 years. The way you hurt yourself, you could only take revenge on the people who cared about you the most. Chapter 536. Gu Xingyin saw Qing Luochen's parents from afar. It was a middle-aged couple who were well-dressed. But at this moment, when they heard the news of their daughter's death, there was only panic and pain left on their faces. The teachers in charge of each class strictly forbade the students from discussing this matter, and the library became a forbidden area. Gu Xingyin wasn't in the mood to watch the fun. After school, she immediately saw Lu Yu, who was waiting not far from the school gate. Lu Yu looked at her with a worried expression. "Are you all right?" Gu Xingyin shook her head. "How could anything happen to me?" Lu Yu relaxed. When he heard that something happened in the 3rd school, that a girl had jumped off the building and that girl was Qing Luochen, his first reaction was, "I don't know if Xian was scared." It was a good thing that she seemed to be in a good state. If it was any other girl, they would have been scared. Lu Yu's thoughts moved and his hand grabbed Gu Xingyin's hand faster than he thought. Gu Xingyin was startled and looked at him with a bit of surprise. Lu Yu looked over with a faint smile. "I was very worried about you." Gu Xingyin was stunned by this smile and didn't pull her hand back. Lu Yu felt the soft touch in his hand and saw the red ears of the girl beside him from the corner of his eyes. His mood was unprecedentedly clear. See you tomorrow. When they arrived, Gu Xingyin said in a small voice with a slightly red face. Goodbye. Lu Yu let go of her hand. Gu Xingyin jogged up the stairs. Lu Yu looked at her and couldn't help revealing a smile. In the days that followed, there was an unspeakable tacit understanding between the two of them. They would go to school together and would go out to play occasionally during the holidays. They would also leave each other a message when something happened. No one said the words that were hidden in their hearts. Gu Xingyin and Lu Yu maintained this kind of relationship of more than friends, but not yet lovers. However, between the two of them, no matter who it was, they had to admit that there was a feeling that no one else could interfere. When Gu Xingyin entered her second year of university, Huang Anyuan transferred schools. On one hand, it was public opinion. Even though the police had confirmed that Qing Luochen's death was a suicide, in everyone's eyes, it was still related to Huang Anyuan. On the other hand, he was going to move. In the past year, Father Huang's business had been having all kinds of problems, and the family's assets were also being depleted. They knew that this was Qing Luochen's parents' revenge on their family. Father Huang had thought of resisting and calling the police. However, every time, it would only last for 3 days. What followed was even worse trouble. The Huang family compromised. He couldn't afford to offend them. The entire Hua nation was so big, and there were bound to be places that he couldn't reach. Huang Anyuan came to look for Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin had not seen Huang Anyuan for almost a year. She almost didn't recognize the person in front of her. In the past, Huang Anyuan was handsome, confident, young and energetic, with a kind of vigor that only belonged to teenagers. However, the boy standing in front of Gu Xingyin now. He was wearing a half-new jacket, his face was gloomy, his eyes were no longer as spirited as before, and there was even stubble on his chin that hadn't been shaved. He was simply a different person from the past Huang Anyuan. Gu Xingyin couldn't help thinking that if the Qing Luochen in the past saw this Huang Anyuan, she probably wouldn't even look at him. Chapter 537. Xian, I'm leaving Lin City. Huang Anyuan looked at the girl in front of him. In fact, the two of them had nothing to do with each other. He didn't know why he had to see her before he left. After seeing her, he realized that the two of them, who used to have a tacit understanding, no longer had anything in common. Okay, Gu Xingyin replied faintly. There was a long period of relative silence. Xian, will we still be in touch in the future? Huang Anyuan suddenly asked. The girl in front of him was one of the most important people in his life for the first 10 years. However, the feelings that he had accumulated for more than 10 years were exhausted in less than a year. Gu Xingyin rejected him without hesitation. It's better not. There's nothing we can say to each other. We can't be lovers, but we can be friends. Gu Xingyin said word by word. Being strangers is the best relationship we can have. Okay. Huang Anyuan smiled bitterly. She couldn't forgive him after all. Then, I wish you happiness in the future, Huang Anyuan said softly. Huang Anyuan said softly. Before he left, he added, when you look for a boyfriend in the future, wipe your eyes. Don't look for someone like me anymore. It's rare that you have self-awareness. Gu Xingyin answered him with silence. This was the last time Gu Xingyin saw Huang Anyuan. She didn't know where he moved to with his family. He and third high school had cut off all contact with the people around him. Even at the class reunion many years later, no one knew where he was. Gu Xingyin turned to leave and met Lu Yu at the corner. Lu Yu didn't say anything. He took Gu Xingyin's backpack with one hand and held her hand with the other hand habitually. Don't you want to ask what we talked about? Gu Xingyin asked deliberately. Lu Yu said faintly, anyway, it's just a few words. I can guess. Oh. Gu Xingyin's interest was piqued. Make a guess. Lu Yu looked at her. If I guess correctly, how are you going to reward me? Gu Xingyin hesitated for a moment. She needed a reward for this. Lu Yu's eyes flashed as he said, "How about this, if I guess correctly, you have to agree to a request of mine." "How about it?" This kind of seemingly simple promise was often a trap. Gu Xingyin looked at him warily. Lu Yu looked at her round eyes and said, "Don't worry, there won't be any mischief. It will be very easy. You just have to nod and you can do it." "Really?" Gu Xingyin was suspicious. "It's true." Lu Yu nodded solemnly. "Well then, you can guess." "I don't believe that you can really guess anything." Lu Yu looked at her with a smile and spoke softly. The more she listened, the bigger Gu Xingyin's eyes became. Did you eavesdrop on our conversation?" Lu Yu spread his hands innocently. "I was standing at the corner the whole time. You know, it's impossible to hear from that distance." "Then why did you?" Gu Xingyin was curious. Lu Yu smiled but didn't say anything. "This is my secret." "Silly, of course it's because I spent a lot of effort to understand you. I even tried to investigate that guy because I was jealous that he occupied the first 15 years of your life." Chapter 538. The second year of high school ended and the third year of high school began. She was very busy every day with all kinds of exams, papers, and homework. The walk home with Lu Yu every day became the most relaxing part of Gu Xingyin's life. The two of them did not hide their behavior and everyone could see the intimacy between the two of them. However, perhaps it was because the two of them were too calm, or perhaps it was because of the warm and enviable atmosphere between the two of them, no one felt that there was anything wrong with the two of them being together. On the 7th and 8th of June, Gu Xingyin walked out of the examination hall and looked up at the dazzling white sunlight. She wiped her sweat and walked out of the school. The first thing she saw was Mr. and Mrs. Chang, who had been waiting for her for a long time. Mrs. Chang handed her daughter the green bean soup she had prepared and said with concern, "You must be tired." She did not mention the exam at all. Gu Xingyin drank the sweet green bean soup and exhaled contentedly. "I'm fine." She meant what she said. After all, she was not as worried and anxious as a real examinee. She was confident about her results this time. But even so, Gu Xingyin still slept at home for 2 days after returning home after the exam. After that, there were all kinds of class gatherings, girlfriends' gatherings, and thanking parties. There were also confessions. Even Gu Xingyin received 2 unsolicited confessions from 2 boys in the same class. These youthful students seemed to want to make up for all the regrets they had in the 3 years of high school in just over 10 days. When everything calmed down, Gu Xingyin then realized that she had not seen Lu Yu for more than 10 days. Mrs. Chang suddenly spoke during dinner one day. "Xian, the college entrance examination is over. When are you going to bring that boy named Lu Yu back for us to meet?" Gu Xingyin looked up at her parents and realized that they had known about her relationship with Lu Yu for a long time. Other than herself and Lu Yu, everyone else thought of them as a couple. Who knew that there had not even been a confession between the two of them? But who made the rule that they had to say those 3 words to be considered a couple? Let's talk about it when the time comes, Gu Xingyin replied vaguely. Looking at her daughter, Nanny Chang felt relieved. At that time, Xian did not allow her to send her to school, but how could she be at ease? She had secretly followed her many times, afraid that something bad would happen to her. Thus, she discovered Lu Yu, the boy that all the mothers in Lin City, including herself, liked very much. She watched as he sent Xian to school. The two of them were very close. Moreover, he was sent from year 1 to year 3. Her children and grandchildren would have their own blessings. Mother Chang had also gotten over it. Lu Yu seemed to be a very good boy, so she didn't have to worry about Xian. Gu Xingyin sent a message to Lu Yu that night. "Are you there? If you're free tomorrow, let's have a meal together." Soon, the other side replied, "Okay, time and place." Gu Xingyin thought about it and decided on a place. "Good night." She typed these 2 words. Lu Yu's reply was very prompt, "Good night." Gu Xingyin couldn't help but smile. She switched off her cell phone and fell asleep. Chapter 539. The next day, Gu Xingyin put in a lot of effort to dress up. The place she chose was a small park in Lin City. It was not very big and there were no amusement parks or other entertainment facilities, so there were relatively few people, but the environment was very beautiful. It was a sacred place for couples to date. When she arrived at the meeting place, there were still more than 10 minutes before the appointed time, but Lu Yu was already there waiting. They had not seen each other for more than 10 days, but there was no unfamiliarity between them, nor was there much excitement. Their relationship had always been like this. It was neither hot nor cold, but it flowed steadily. The two walked slowly along the path, occasionally talking about topics that interested each other. When they reached the lakeside, the two of them stopped at the same time. "Which university are you going to apply to? Which university are you going to apply to?" The two of them said at the same time. Gu Xingyin couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Yu also curled his lips. "Me? My dream has always been to go to Capital University." Gu Xingyin said Chang Xian's dream. It was not only Chang Xian's dream, but also Chang Xian's parents had always hoped for their daughter. Gu Xingyin did not want to let them down. Capital University was one of the best universities in the country, and the admission cutoff was also a high level that ordinary students could not reach. Of course, with Chang Xian's grades, there was no problem at all. "What about you?" Lu Yu smiled softly. He looked at Gu Xingyin and said, "I plan to follow in your footsteps. Wherever Xian goes to, I will go to the same university." His words of love were so unexpected. Gu Xingyin was stunned for a moment, and a thin layer of red slowly rose on her face. Lu Yu looked at this rare beauty without blinking. 3 years had passed, and the girl's face and body, who was about to become an adult, had begun to grow. She was like a fully bloomed flower, revealing amazing beauty. The baby fat on her face had disappeared, and her height had grown from 1.6 meters to 1.7 meters. Her eyebrows were delicate, and her skin was like jade. The current Chang Xian had already grown into a tall and elegant beauty. She no longer looked like a little girl who hadn't grown up yet. Lu Yu had no doubt that he would face many love rivals in the future. Fortunately, he was 3 years earlier than all of them. He heard her small voice. "What if I fail the exam?" Lu Yu smiled. "Then I'll repeat it with you." Gu Xingyin didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard him talking about this kind of thing as if it was child's play. If he really dared to do that, he would probably be beaten to death by his parents who had always been proud of him. Lu Yu suddenly called out to her in a very serious tone, "Xian." Gu Xingyin seemed to have guessed something. She raised her head and met Lu Yu's eyes. For the first time in 3 years, Lu Yu unreservedly expressed the feelings in his heart. Lu Yu gazed deeply at her. "You once promised me that I can make a request of you, and you can't refuse." Gu Xingyin nodded. Then, Lu Yu's eyes were filled with her. "Xian, be my girlfriend." Gu Xingyin fell into the web of love that he had woven with deep affection. "Okay." Lu Yu smiled. "I'm so happy, Xian. I'll always remember this day." Lu Yu couldn't help but hug her tightly. Gu Xingyin had seen him smile countless times, but this was the first time she saw him smile so happily. Lu Yu looked as if he had the whole world. In Lu Yu's heart, Gu Xingyin was his whole world. Chapter 540. In the end, Gu Xingyin got into Capital University as she wished. Just as he said, Lu Yu applied for the same school as Gu Xingyin. No one was surprised by this result. During the last gathering after graduating from high school, Chang Xian's classmates even privately tugged at Gu Xingyin and said, "Genius Lu seems like a very good person. Xian, you have to hold on to him well." Gu Xingyin did not know whether to laugh or cry, but she still thanked them for their kindness. A few days before going to university, Gu Xingyin invited Lu Yu over for a meal, which could be considered as a sign of their relationship. Mr. and Mrs. Chang had a good impression of Lu Yu. He was polite, good at his studies, and considerate to Xian Xian. Lu Yu successfully won the hearts of his future father-in-law and mother-in-law. Gu Xingyin also went to the Lu family's house. She knew that Lu Yu's family was very well-to-do. At first, she was a little worried that his parents would not be easy to get along with. Don't worry. They spend most of their time abroad and are very open-minded. When they heard that I have a girlfriend, they were very happy. Lu Yu comforted her. He did not say that they heard that he had a girlfriend and were very curious about the girl who could make their son fall in love. They specially took a plane back to see Gu Xingyin. Lu Yu was afraid that if he said it, this girl would be even more nervous. Just as Lu Yu said, Lu Yu's parents were very friendly to her. Mother Lu even said in front of her son, Xian Xian, "Our Lu Yu's personality is a little dull, but he has a good character. Don't dislike him." Gu Xingyin could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. Lu Yu looked at his mother helplessly. Is there anyone as capable as you to trick your son? When school started, the two of them set off together. 4 years in university. As soon as they graduated, Gu Xingyin was proposed to by Lu Yu. At their wedding, many former schoolmates from No. 3 high school and No. 1 high school came. Everyone looked at them with sincere blessings. Although I had expected this, I didn't think that the two of you would actually reach this stage, Zhang Yun said. There were countless couples in high school, but those who were able to walk down the aisle together and spend the rest of their lives together were less than 1 in 1,000. Lu Yu drank the wine in his cup in one gulp and said with a smile, "Then you can continue to watch. Watch the two of us walk through this life in love and happiness." I do. When Gu Xingyin said this, all the guests applauded. Lu Yu and Gu Xingyin looked at the people below the stage. These people would be the witnesses to their happiness in the future. No one noticed that in a certain corner, there was a man in black casual clothes. He stared at the newlyweds on the stage without blinking. They exchanged vows, exchanged rings, and pledged their love for life. Huang Anyuan couldn't describe his feelings at this moment. He hadn't been to this city for many years. It was by chance that he found out about Chang Xian's marriage. At that time, he put aside everything at hand and finally rushed to the scene on the day of the wedding. He didn't know why he had to come and take a look. He didn't have any intention of destroying or being unwilling. He just wanted to take a look. He wanted to see if she was doing well or not, whether she was happy or not. Now, it seemed that she was doing well. The smile on her face couldn't lie. This was good too. The happiness that he couldn't give her would eventually be given by someone else. Chapter 541. Let's get a divorce. A piece of white paper with the words, "Letter of Divorce," written on it was handed to Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin paused for a moment. Seeing that she didn't respond, the owner of the hands became impatient. He said with disdain, "Yan Ruohua, I, Lu Zijuan, have no feelings for you. You can't force a melon to be sweet. Let's part on good terms." Gu Xingyin finally reacted. She raised her head and calmly sized up the man in front of her. He was wearing a white shirt and a black vest. His hair was neat and tidy. His eyes and brows were handsome. He seemed to be in his 20s. He was the fiancé of this body, the young master of the Lu family, Lu Zijuan. Seeing her calm face, Lu Zijuan was a little surprised. He thought that this woman would cry and make a fuss. But it didn't matter. Anyway, he had enough of the wife arranged by this family. Gu Xingyin suddenly laughed softly. Her laughter was extremely cold and even full of disdain and ridicule. "Young Master Lu, you keep saying that you want a divorce. But what did you give me? Letter of divorce?" Gu Xingyin slowly tidied up the wrinkles on the sleeves. Her posture was elegant. It turns out that young Master Lu, who has received advanced education, still has the old stubborn ideas in his bones. Lu Zijuan frowned. "What do you mean?" "Yan Ruohua, I tell you, no matter what, I will break off the relationship with you today." He suddenly thought of something and said, are you waiting for my mother to come? Let me tell you, my mother also knows about what happened today. Don't be delusional. Just take the things and leave. Gu Xingyin sneered in her heart. The kind-looking old lady of the Lu family, ha! Yan Ruohua always thought that this mother-in-law liked her. She didn't know that when she was divorced, the old lady was watching a play in the theater outside. She raised her head and saw Lu Zijuan's impatient face. She felt sick of it. Then, he walked toward his desk. What are you doing? Lu Zijuan frowned at her. What kind of trick was she playing? Gu Xingyin ignored her. She picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and finished in one go. After she finished writing, she gently blew on the paper. When the ink was dry, she handed it to Lu Zijuan. Sign your name and we'll be even. Henceforth, we will live our own lives and not interfere with each other. At first glance, Lu Zijuan was attracted by the beautiful and elegant handwriting on the paper. This was written by Yan Ruohua. Wasn't she a wooden person who only knew how to embroider and sew? You wrote this? Gu Xingyin unceremoniously retorted, Young Master Lu, you're still so young. Do you have bad eyesight? It was obvious that he had just seen her finish writing. She knew what Lu Zijuan meant. In Lu Zijuan's heart, Yan Ruohua had always been a black and white background. When had he ever cared about what his wife would do? Lu Zijuan was mocked like this. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He could only raise his head to look at the contents of the paper. A divorce letter. He looked up at Gu Xingyin in disbelief. Yes. Gu Xingyin nodded. Looking at him, she couldn't help but sneer, Young Master Lu, aren't you a self-proclaimed progressive? After you sign this divorce letter, we can be considered to have broken up peacefully. Chapter 542. It was as if Lu Zijuan had known his wife for the first time. In the few memories he had of her, every time he saw this woman, she would be wearing an old-fashioned cheongsam with a faint smile on her face. She would stand there quietly without any sense of existence. She was not sentimental and did not understand romance. She could not talk about Shelley or Hegel with him. He thought that if he handed her the divorce letter, she would cry and be unwilling, but in the end, she would still have no choice but to compromise. In the end, she would leave the Lu family in a mess and have no more care for him. But how could she be like this? He looked at Gu Xingyin carefully. Her face was still the same, but her expression was so different from his memory. There was a very bright light in her eyes, and her whole person became incomparably vivid. He had never found that his wife was such a great beauty. Young Master Lu, if there is no problem, hurry up and sign it. Gu Xingyin saw that he was only staring at her and urged impatiently. Lu Zijuan came to his senses and looked at the white paper in his hand with a moment of hesitation. Was he really going to sign it? Gu Xingyin looked at his face and decided to add fuel to the fire. Hurry up and sign it, Young Master Lu. Your Lu Qingyi is still waiting for you in Yunxi class. If you don't sign it, you won't be able to get the beauty back. Right, Yunyi was still waiting for him. Lu Zijuan thought of the woman who always looked at him with affection, and his heart fell down in an instant. He picked up the pen and signed his name without hesitation. Don't forget this. Gu Xingyin took a box of red ink over. Lu Zijuan looked at her impatient appearance and couldn't help but feel depressed in his heart. It was obviously he who wanted to divorce his wife. Why did she look even more impatient than him? He put his fingerprint on it with a dark face. Okay. Young Master Lu, I will pack up my things later. You should also send someone to check out all of my dowry. I will contact someone to move it over. I, Yan Ruohua, won't take anything from the Lu family, but I'll take everything that belongs to me. Gu Xingyin was in a good mood as she put the divorce letter into the box. She didn't forget to say this. Lu Zijuan looked at a certain woman with a bright and beautiful expression and felt very depressed in his heart. He always felt that he was the one who was dumped. He squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth, Don't worry, my Lu family won't go so far as to covet your things. Gu Xingyin smiled and said, "That's good." Perhaps the young master's words were effective. Yan Ruohua's belongings were all tidied up and placed neatly in the yard. Very good. Gu Xingyin was quite satisfied with this. In the end, the Lu family was a big family. Although they weren't very good internally, they had to be decent on the surface. They wouldn't do something like embezzling a woman's dowry. At this moment, the dowry maid sent out by Gu Xingyin, Xiao Xiao, also came back. "Have you found everything?" Gu Xingyin asked. Xiao Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, Mississippi. I followed your instructions and found a small courtyard with a single door. There are well-off people nearby, so it's very safe. I also found a car." She remembered Mrs. instructions to find a house and a car. It didn't matter if it was expensive, the key was to have a guarantee of safety. The world was not safe for two weak women outside in the future. Chapter 543. Seeing that Gu Xingyin had changed into clothes suitable for traveling, Xiao Xiao asked hesitantly, "Miss, are we really not going back to the Yan family?" The Yan family? In the original plot, Yan Ruohua went home as soon as she was divorced by the Lu family. But what happened? Her father treated her as the shame of the Yan family and locked her up in the most remote yard all day long, not allowing her to see any guests. Her dowry was also taken away by her mother. She was not loved and was divorced. She had no money in her hands. It was easy to imagine what kind of life Yan Ruohua was living. However, Mrs. Lin, who had watched Yan Ruohua grow up, knew the main family better. "It's good that you don't go back. With master's temper, if he knows that you and the son-in-law, the young master of the Lu family divorced, I'm afraid he will be angry." Gu Xingyin nodded and said, "Let's find a place to stay first. When everything settles down, we will send a letter home." Gu Xingyin only had Xiao Xiao and Mrs. Lin to serve her. After that, she asked the servants to put all her dowry into the car. Then she got into another car and headed to the place where she had booked. Gu Xingyin closed her eyes and began to think about what would happen next. In the original plot, after Yan Ruohua was divorced and went home, her life was very bleak. She was full of talent and had a beautiful heart, but she was lonely all her life. She died of illness in her own yard in her 40s. It wasn't until many years after her death that the poetry collection, Ode to Freedom, that she wrote in that small courtyard, as well as the short story, Tearful Makeup, that she used herself as a blueprint to expose the injustice of this era towards women, finally shown in the literary world. When people learned about the short and miserable life of this stunning woman, they all expressed great pity and sympathy for her. But no matter how much pity there was, it was useless for Yan Ruohua at that time. That was a long time in the future. Now that she came to this world, Gu Xingyin would not let Yan Ruohua repeat the same fate again. As for Lu Zijuan, the culprit who caused Yan Ruohua's miserable life, Gu Xingyin sneered in her heart. He claimed that he was living in a new society and hated everything left behind from the old era. Therefore, he hated her, the wife chosen by his elders, very much. Therefore, he advocated free love and was madly infatuated with the actress Lu Yuni. Actors were affectionate, but actors were heartless. Lu Yuni was affectionate towards every man, but because she had seen so many men abandon their wives for her, she was stingy with her true feelings towards every man. She had said to Lu Zijuan, "If you divorce your wife, I'll be with you." It was just a joke. She said it casually, but Lu Zijuan took it seriously. When Lu Zijuan left Yan Ruohua and went to find Lu Yuni excitedly, she was drinking in another man's arms with a smile. Of course, Lu Zijuan was unwilling. He wanted to win back Lu Yuni's heart. However, although the Lu family was powerful, there were many more families in Cloud City that were more powerful than the Lu family. Lu Zijuan's leg was broken by one of Lu Yuni's men and he was carried back to the Lu family. The business of the Lu family was also suppressed by its rivals in the business circle and the situation was getting worse and worse. Lu Zijuan's father fell ill in a hurry and the head of the family was replaced by Lu Zijuan who only knew how to talk on paper. The result could be imagined. in just 3 years, the Liu family, which used to be a rich and powerful family, had to sell their ancestral property to barely survive. Gu Xingyin only wanted to say one word about such an ending: retribution. Chapter 544. Lin Mengya and Lin Mengya arrived at the rented yard. The owners of the house were already waiting for them. They were an old couple in their 50s. Seeing Gu Xingyin's posture, they hesitated for a moment. Gu Xingyin said with a smile, "We moved here from North City not long ago. I happened to be studying here, so I rented the yard in advance. My family will come over in a few days. So I brought a little more than usual." Of course, Lin Mengya couldn't tell them that she lived alone with 2 servants. Although this family looked nice, she didn't know what they were thinking. It would be bad if they had any bad intentions. Sure enough, after hearing Lin Mengya's words, the mistress smiled and said, "No wonder you brought so many things. It turns out that you are moving. My wife and I are also going to move in with our son. That's why this courtyard is empty." The 2 sides quickly negotiated the price. Gu Xingyin rented it for a whole year. Both sides signed the agreement. Gu Xingyin asked Xiao Xiao to pay the money, and the procedures were completed. "Miss, what are we going to do in the future?" Xiao Xiao was actually a little confused. She only knew how to do one thing since she was a child, even if it was to serve Yan Ruohua. Now that she suddenly moved out, she felt a little lost. Mrs. Lin rolled her eyes at her. "You will serve Miss like how you used to serve her." Gu Xingyin actually didn't know what to do at the moment. She knew a lot of things, but she didn't know what to do in this world. The simplest and most comfortable way was to do nothing. Yan Ruohua's dowry was enough for her and her servants to live a comfortable life for the rest of their lives. Lin Mengya only needed to eat, drink, and have fun. Then she could publish what Yan Ruohua had written. Naturally, she could win a good reputation. But in this way, what was the meaning of her coming to this world? Before Yan Ruohua died, what she regretted most was that she didn't have the courage to resist when she was divorced. When she was neglected by her family, she chose to endure. She was full of talent, but she was imprisoned in this small yard for the rest of her life. She had almost never fought for her own life. If she couldn't let Yan Ruohua live a wonderful life without regrets, why did Gu Xingyin have to come here? Wait a minute. Eat, drink and be merry. Gu Xingyin's eyes lit up. This was not a bad idea. She vaguely had some plans for the future. Yunxi class. Lu Yuni, the #1 cyan-dressed girl in Yunxi class who was famous for her beauty in Yuncheng, was singing the song Drunken Imperial Concubine on the stage. What was different from the past was that she only had one audience this time. Lu Yuni gently waved her sleeves. Her gentle and affectionate eyes were affectionately looking at the young man sitting on the yellow pearwood chair. The man had a sharp gaze, a high nose bridge, and his thin lips were tightly pursed. His military uniform was meticulous, and the buttons of his uniform were tightly fastened all the way to the top. He sat upright on the chair. He did not have any reaction to Lu Yuni's teasing. When the song was over, Lu Yuni got off the stage. She was still in her complicated costume. She bowed to the man and said in a mellow voice, "I'm Lu Yuni. Greetings to young Marshal Huang Fu." She raised her head and happened to meet Huang Fuqi's eyes. In just a moment, she seemed to be surrounded by endless coldness and murderous intent. Her face under the heavy makeup suddenly turned pale, and her body even began to tremble uncontrollably. This man was too terrible. Chapter 545. Huang Fuqi. Yun City's young marshal. His father, Huang Fuguo, controlled the forces of 8 provinces in the entire northwest region. In this chaotic world, the one with the army was the boss. Huang Fuguo could be called a local emperor. In addition to his wife, Huang Fuguo also had 8 concubines. However, for some unknown reason, except for the wife who gave birth to Huang Fuqi, the only son, the other concubines all gave birth to beautiful daughters. If there were no accidents, in 100 years, the master of Yun City and even the 8 provinces in the northwest would be the person in front of her. The leader of the Yunshi class had already told Lu Yuni in private that as long as she could capture the young marshal's heart, she would not need to perform for any high-ranking officials and nobles. She could directly fly to the top of the tree. If she was lucky, she would be promoted to a concubine. Then she would really have a golden life. However, Lu Yuni secretly complained in her heart. Her charm, which had always been successful among men, seemed to be unattractive in the eyes of the young marshal. Lu Yuni. The man opposite her spoke. His voice was very low and seemed to have a strange rhythm. It was very attractive. Lu Yuni's heart trembled violently. She stood obediently with her eyes lowered. You sang well. Huang Fuqi stood up. His light green military uniform brought a gust of wind and brushed past the tip of Lu Yuni's nose. He was ready to leave. Lu Yuni bit her lip. Thinking of the leader's instructions, she couldn't help but muster up the courage to take a step forward. Young Marshal. Huang Fuqi stopped and turned to look at her. Lu Yuni looked at his flawless side profile and suddenly understood why this man was the dream man of all the women in Yun City. Young Marshal, don't you need Yuni to serve you? The beautiful actress looked at him shyly with her naturally charming eyes and gently lowered her head. With such a beautiful face and such an alluring invitation, there were very few men who could refuse. However, the one in front of her was one. No need. Huang Fuqi turned his head and slowly walked away. Lu Yuni wanted to ask him to stay again, but unfortunately, he did not give her any chance. Not long after Huang Fuqi left, the leader of the Yunshi class, who had been waiting outside, came in. What's wrong? Haven't you always been good at dealing with men? It wasn't easy for a real crown prince to come this time, but you can't even hold him back. The class leader's heart also ached. If Lu Yuni could get close to young Marshal Mu, their Yunshi class's position in Yuncheng's theater world would truly be as stable as Mount Tai. Lu Yuni had always been used to being flattered. Naturally, she also had the temper of the red horn. Hearing this, she sneered, he doesn't like a prostitute like me. Maybe he dislikes how many people I have served in his heart. If you really want me to enter a rich family with a clean record, fine. From tomorrow onwards, I will only be in charge of the opera. Those old Master Wang and young Master Li, don't ask me to drink with them. When the leader heard this, he knew that she was angry, so he quickly smiled apologetically and said, Hey, my great-aunt Lu, I'm just worried about you. What are you angry about? Be careful not to lose your voice from anger. Lu Yuni's eyes wandered, I'm also anxious. Who doesn't know that you love me the most? As if nothing had happened before, the two of them instantly became cheerful. However, no one knew what she was thinking in her heart. Chapter 546. Gu Xingyin walks on the street. All kinds of people pass by her on the street. Miss, aren't we going shopping? Xiao Xiao is a little puzzled. Miss takes her out today, and she thinks they are going to buy something. However, Miss takes her to wander around the street all morning, but they don't buy anything. Gu Xingyin smiled and said, I came out today to go shopping in reality. That's right. She wanted to see what kind of life the people in this world, especially the women, lived. She wanted to know what they pursued and what they needed. Xiao Xiao looks at her miss in confusion. She doesn't understand the meaning of this sentence. Isn't shopping just buying things? Gu Xingyin looks at her confused look and smiles, let's go. We've been shopping all morning. I'll take you to have a big meal. Xiao Xiao is happy to hear this, thank you, Mississippi. The two walk to the famous Yuncheng Delicacies restaurant nearby. Suddenly, there is a cry of surprise behind, thief. Gu Xingyin turns back and sees a thin man in a black leather jacket and a cap running towards her with a lady's handbag in his hand. He seems to be a little flustered. The lady whose handbag was robbed also has a servant chasing after her. Gu Xingyin steps aside with Xiao Xiao. Then, when the thin man passes by her, she gently stretches out her leg. Poof! The thin man falls directly on his face. It's really a heavy fall. The thin man gets up quickly. Seeing that the person chasing him has already come to him, he can't run away. He looks ferocious and simply stops running. He doesn't even pick up the bag that just fell on the ground. He rushes straight to Gu Xingyin. "Bitch, you spoil my fun." It seems that he wants to teach Gu Xingyin a lesson before being caught. Gu Xingyin looked at him calmly. She was not afraid at all. Although Yan Ruohua's body was weak, it was not a problem for her to display some fighting skills. Xiao Xiao was even more nervous, ready to stand in front of her miss at any time. When the skinny man's hand grabbed Gu Xingyin's shoulder, her expression turned cold and she was about to make a move. Bang! Blood splattered in front of Gu Xingyin, some of it staining her clothes. The skinny man's hand fell limply. He couldn't care less about Gu Xingyin now. Instead, he held his right hand and wailed. Gu Xingyin sensed something and looked in a certain direction. The cold-faced man had just put away the gun in his hand. He calmly ordered the people behind him, "He dares to commit theft and robbery in Yun City. Cripple one of his hands and send him to the law enforcement department. Release him only when he becomes obedient." Someone responded to the order. Soon, 2 people in military uniforms came over and took the skinny man away. The skinny man seemed to be scared when he saw the man who shot the gun. He was taken back without any resistance. After dealing with this matter, the man turned around and left. From the shooting to now, he didn't look in the direction of Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin looked at his back thoughtfully. "Miss, are you all right? I was really scared to death just now." Xiao Xiao finally came back to her senses, and when she saw the bloodstains on Gu Xingyin's clothes, she began to make a fuss about nothing. Chapter 547. A maid like Xiao Xiao, who has served her master since childhood, may have never seen blood in her life. She was quite frightened. Gu Xingyin comforted her, "I'm fine. Don't worry." She continued helplessly, "It seems that I can't treat you to a big meal. I'm afraid that no place dares to let me in." The world was not peaceful. Indeed, no one dared to let a person with blood in her body enter the door, even if the other party looked like a weak woman. "Mississippi," a hesitant voice came from behind them. It was the madam whose handbag had been robbed. Gu Xingyin turned her head. She was far away before, so she didn't see clearly. Now she looked carefully and understood why the man chose this madam. This madam was about 30 years old. She was wearing an emerald green cheongsam and a pure white fur shawl. Emerald green was a very challenging color. If one wasn't careful, they would be overshadowed by it. But obviously, this madam didn't have such troubles. Her skin was white, and there was even no fine line on her well-maintained face. The emerald green cheongsam showed more elegance and youth on her body. Looking at her body, the thumb-sized pearl necklace and the emerald green ring on her finger, all showed that she lived a good life. This was a madam who knew how to dress up and lived a rich life. When the madam saw Gu Xingyin for the first time, she was secretly amazed by her appearance and temperament. She didn't know when there was such a lady in Yunsheng. She should have known such a lady with such appearance and bearing. "Thank you for helping me just now." She saw clearly that it was Gu Xingyin who stretched out her foot and tripped the man who robbed her. She even almost suffered revenge because of this. Gu Xingyin smiled politely, "It's just a little effort." "You're welcome." She pointed to the blood on her body and smiled embarrassedly, "It's not suitable for me to stay outside for a long time." The madam apologized, "It's because of me. My house is nearby. You have to go home with me to change clothes." She laughed again. "Look at me, I forgot to introduce myself. My husband's surname is Shen, and he's a businessman. He lives nearby at 33 Baolin Street." Gu Xingyin shook her head. "That's too troublesome. My house isn't too far from here. You can just go home and change." When the madam saw Gu Xingyin's insistence, she couldn't say anything more. She just asked the servant behind her to hand over a name card. "This is my name card. My address is on it. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come here to find me." Gu Xingyin lowered her head and thanked him. This was the other party's good intentions. If he were to refuse again, then he would be unable to tell good from bad. When they get home, Mrs. Lin is frightened to see Gu Xingyin's appearance. She hurriedly asks what happened. After listening to Xiao Zhao's story, Mrs. Lin looked at Gu Xingyin disapprovingly. "Oh, my dear miss, this is not something a delicate lady like you should do. How can you be so courageous? These villains are all deranged. What if they become ruthless? Well, Mrs. Lin, go and prepare a bucket of hot water for me. I want to take a good bath to get rid of the bad luck." Gu Xingyin interrupted Mrs. Lin's nagging with a smile. Good. Mrs. Lin's eyes brighten when she hears this. Yes, it's time to get rid of the bad luck. Chapter 548. In a place that Gu Xingyin didn't know, Huang Fuqi was looking at something carefully. It was information on Yan Ruohua's childhood. Divorce? He repeated this sentence, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. She's got character. He thought of how the woman's expression didn't change when she saw blood splatter on her body, and a trace of admiration flashed through his eyes. A divorce seemed like something she would do. But this information, Huang Fuqi frowned. Although Yan Ruohua had read poetry and books since she was a child and had studied under famous scholars, her personality was that of a typical lady from an old society. She was so gentle that it could even be described as cowardly. Her divorce from Lu Zijuan should be the most deviant thing she had done in her life. How could a person change so much in such a short time? Could it be that she was really hurt by love, causing her temperament to change so drastically? He thought of the person he saw on the street earlier. Before he shot her, she made a gesture with her hand. She was clearly going to defend herself. Wasn't the first reaction of a young lady from a wealthy family who had lived in a mansion since she was a child to avoid such a thing? There was something wrong with this woman. Keep an eye on this woman for me. She lives. Huang Fuqi ordered his subordinates. Gu Xingyin had no idea that a certain man had become suspicious of her identity. She had been careless. She had thought that after leaving the Lu family, there would be no one who was familiar with Yan Ruohua, so her behavior had inevitably revealed some traces. Who would have thought that young Marshal Huang Fu, whom she had only met once, would specially send someone to investigate her? Huang Fuqi didn't know why he was inexplicably interested in a woman. It must be because she was too suspicious. He told himself. Host, someone has already become suspicious of your identity. Please pay attention to your personal behavior. Once your identity is suspected by many people, the host is likely to be discovered by the laws of the world and expelled. The system immediately detected some kind of information. Suspect? Who? Gu Xingyin asked. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. The news of her divorce from Lu Zijuan shouldn't have reached the Yan family in another city yet. Besides, the Yan family couldn't easily suspect their daughter's identity before seeing her in person. Could it be Lu Zijuan? He had never cared about what Yan Ruohua was like. Now that the two of them had nothing to do with each other, he had probably forgotten about her. Why would he think of her for no reason? The system's body kept flashing with white light. The system can only collect information, but cannot determine the other person's identity. But that night, Gu Xingyin knew who it was. Her house was being watched. As long as the system checked the identities of those people, it would be very easy to find out who sent them. It's actually him. Gu Xingyin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She's Youngziz's young marshal. S Huang Fuziziz. Should she say, hurt, sss hissed, during the day, he acted as if he wasn't interested in him at all, but in private, he sent someone to investigate his identity. Teet heat no test hims. However, no matter how his identity changed, Gu Xingyin always believed in one thing. That was, this man would never hurt her. Chapter 549. Just take it as a security guard for free. Gu Xingyin doesn't tell Xiao Xiao and Mrs. Lin about it. On the one hand, she doesn't want them to worry. On the other hand, if they expose their whereabouts, how can she find out when Huang Fuqi's people are so secretive? It will be hard to explain at that time. The next day, Gu Xingyin starts her career. Yuncheng Daily is the most popular newspaper in Yuncheng. Because the Huangfu family, which is in charge of the 8 provinces in the northwest, is in Yuncheng, this newspaper is also a wind vane of the 8 provinces in the northwest. Most of the articles in Yuncheng Daily are about some political events, and the rest are the patriotic remarks of some famous literati and their own political opinions. Less are some short serialized articles, and a few businessmen spend a lot of money to advertise in it. Gu Xingyin aims at Yuncheng Daily. Yes, what she wants to do is to publish some small articles through Yuncheng Daily. As for the content, Gu Xingyin has experienced countless worlds. She says, what do women care about most? Beauty, dress, appearance. Everything beautiful and the things that can make them beautiful. Women in this era were subjected to too many restrictions. Except for a small number of people, who have the conditions and capital to pursue beauty as they want, such as Mrs. Shen. Most women, every day, are in charge of everything at home, take care of children, and put up with their husband's extravagance outside. Maybe one day they will bring back a beautiful concubine. Starting from becoming beautiful, they become more confident. Gu Xingyin picked up his pen and wrote his first submission letter. She knows what Yuncheng Daily is advocating now. Liberation and freedom. The next day, a short article with a completely different style appeared in Yuncheng Daily. The woman, whose pen name is Lin Jianke, attracted countless people at the beginning of the article. When I wrote this article, I had just divorced my husband. It's not a divorce, but a divorce. This is probably the most courageous and least regretful thing I've ever done in my life. I've never done anything wrong to him. I've never done anything wrong to my family, but he wants to divorce me because he likes a woman outside. Perhaps there was resentment and unwillingness, but more than that, there was relief. Since the monarch has no heart, I will give up. This sentence has been passed down for thousands of years, but how many people can really do it? In this era, such things were common. Even if Lu Zijuan saw it, he would not suspect that the guest was Yan Ruohua. Many of the noblewomen fell into deep thought after seeing this. Most of the reactions came from the female students who had received modern education. Well done, this is what we women should be like. You have so many women outside, but you're so picky about me. Do you really think that women are made of mud? However, in another part of the crowd, this article caused a huge uproar. This is ridiculous. A woman should have 3 obedience and 4 virtues. She was despised and abandoned by her husband's family, but she didn't feel ashamed. How could she publish such a story in the newspaper? Public morals are really degenerating day by day. This was a well-known literary giant. Who is this Lin Jianke? How can a woman who can't even win her husband's heart be so arrogant? At this time, no one knew what kind of changes this woman called Lin Jianke would bring to Yuncheng and the women of the Republican Alliance in the future. Chapter 550. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Just as everyone was paying attention to this forest dweller, or trying to guess who this person was, the forest dweller suddenly spoke. She suddenly disappeared without a trace. Someone even wrote a letter to Yuncheng Daily to ask, but the other party just replied apologetically that they were only responsible for receiving manuscripts and publishing what they thought was valuable. They didn't know who Forest Visitor was. Even if they knew, they wouldn't reveal the author's information. Otherwise, who would dare to submit manuscripts to Yuncheng Daily? Gu Xingyin didn't disappear without a trace. She just didn't publish one article after another when her popularity was at its peak like other people. Hunger marketing was an extremely effective strategy in the future. Of course, Huang Fuqi also read the newspaper. Unlike others, he was the only one other than Gu Xingyin who knew who Forest Visitor was. He was surprised by her calmness. At first, he thought that even though she had been strong-willed once in the Lu family, even though it was a divorce, which sounded better than being divorced, she was just a pitiful woman in the eyes of outsiders. She should be sad in her heart. Any woman who encountered such a thing should be sad. But looking at her writing, there was no sense of sadness at all. He only saw a free and easy feeling and a sense of relief. Her previous unhappy marriage had been a burden to her. Huang Fuqi found that the more he knew about this woman, the more he was attracted by her unusualness. She was a strange woman. At first, he just wanted to know about her because he suspected her identity. But now, he wanted to know more about this person and observe her. Huang Fuqi knew that such thoughts were dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he would probably fall into it. There was no solution. A week later, people found that there was another article in Yunqing Daily. This woman seemed to be writing a diary, describing her life. Her writing style was very elegant and smooth. Even a simple daily diary was as fascinating as a humorous short story. Because of the last article, everyone was very curious about Forest Visitor, a woman who lived alone with her husband. There were even many people who admired her or hated her who wanted to see what kind of life she was living alone. Gu Xingyin showed them the elegant life of a single aristocrat. In the short 1,000-word article, people seemed to see the image of a leisurely and elegant woman. She read and studied every day to enrich herself. She didn't need to be busy taking care of her family and had plenty of time to dress herself up. Every day after dinner, she could take her to various places in Yuncheng to walk around and exercise her body. In the end, Gu Xingyin revealed her purpose. At the end of the article, she attached a design drawing that she had drawn herself. Gu Xingyin, who had lived in various worlds, was experienced enough to be considered knowledgeable. She knew what kind of clothes looked good on her and how to match them to bring out her temperament. In this era that had obviously just been liberated from the feudal era, the things in her mind were enough for her to easily lead the trend. It was a slightly modified cheongsam design. The most representative clothing for women in this era was the cheongsam. Gu Xingyin didn't expect to change people's aesthetic standards so quickly. Take your time. Chapter 551. The name Lin Jianke caused an uproar again. This time, it was not only her name that caused an uproar, but also the cheongsam that she had modified. Originally, some of the noblewomen in the tailor's shops only thought that the dress she had drawn was very beautiful, so they wanted to try it out by themselves. But they did not expect that the effect would be so good. She had only slightly adjusted the collar and sleeves, and changed the proportion of the dress. Why did it look completely different when she wore it? Many tailors and clothing shops saw a business opportunity. They began to produce cheongsams of this style in batches according to the style. The fabric was good and the workmanship was exquisite, so the price was naturally expensive. The cheongsam that was suitable for most people was of course the cheongsam that was of good quality and cheap. A trend of improving cheongsam was set off in the entire Yun city. Now, walking on the streets, one could see women wearing the latest new cheongsam. Along with this new cheongsam, the name Lin Jianke was also popular. Many people were speculating that the person who could come up with such an exquisite and simple style of dress must be smart and pure. They did not know what kind of woman her husband was infatuated with that he was willing to abandon such a first wife. What do you think this Lin Jianke is doing? How did she think that the collar could be like this? Huang Fuqi sat on the chair helplessly. His graceful and elegant mother, Madame Bai, was wearing the most popular cheongsam at this time and was talking to him. Madame Bai was the legal wife of the Huangfu kingdom and only had one child, Huang Fuqi. However, this one son had established her unshakable position in the Huangfu kingdom's harem. At this moment, she said happily, I really want to meet this Lin Jianke. I think she must be a beautiful and gentle lady. Huang Fuqi thought of a certain figure that he had caught a glimpse of. Beautiful and gentle. He had an inexplicable feeling of secret joy that belonged to him. He said casually, maybe. Just as everyone was talking about Lin Jianke, she disappeared again. Only Huang Fuqi knew that the woman was actually just strolling around Yun City every day with her little maid. Every day, her subordinates would report that she went to a very famous place today, went to a restaurant that was said to be opened by the imperial chef of the previous dynasty tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. Huang Fuqi could not help but want to laugh. This woman was really like what she wrote in her article. Women should know how to enjoy themselves. She was different from all the women he had met. To when the popularity of the Cheongsam died down a little, Gu Xingyin estimated that it was about time and wrote another article to Yunqing Daily. This time, her article was sent directly to the chief editor's desk. The reason was that in the past half a month, the newspapers that published Lin Jianke's article and the Cheongsam had been sold out. The staff of the newspaper office had worked overtime for a week and reprinted 3 times. Except for a few major events that were known to the whole country, Yunqing Daily had never sold so many copies, and Xingyin and Lin Jianke, Lin Jiu, Lin Jianke. This middle-aged chief editor was an intellectual who wore glasses. He not only had a wife who worked hard at home, but also a beautiful and affectionate woman who understood his words. He was originally very disdainful of Lin Jianke's comments, but at this time, who cares? Those who could bring him bonuses were gold nuggets. Chapter 552. This time, in addition to Gu Xingyin's usual speech about how women should live for themselves, he also published an article that lived up to everyone's expectations. This time, she also published a design she had drawn. It was still a Cheongsam, but it was very different from the previous one. It was an exquisite and elegant close-fitting long dress. The design of the fishtail at the end of the dress was something that women in Yunqing had never seen before. It looked a little strange, but it had a strange beauty. This time, the people in the clothing stores learned their lesson. They hurriedly bought the newspaper and made a set according to the design in it overnight to see the effect. Then, the businessmen with a keen sense of smell immediately found a business opportunity. This dress was obviously designed for the upper-class women. No woman who went out to work every day would wear such a dress. Needless to say, the rich women who secretly paid attention to Forest Visitor found their own tailors and made a set. Beautiful. Although such a design had high requirements for the figure, wasn't it the same for a Cheongsam? The popularity of the fishtail dress was within Gu Xingyin's expectation. After all, it was a classic design. Women were born with a sense of smell for beauty. Not long after, at the banquets of the upper-class society in Yunqing, the ladies' formal dresses were quietly replaced by fishtail dresses. Those foreigners who had always been arrogant and mocked Chinese women for only wearing cheongsams were extremely surprised and asked, "What kind of dress is this?" Then, some rich women in Yunqing proudly told them that it was designed by the designer of Yunqing. Gu Xingyin wanted such an effect. What she wanted was not only to be published in the newspaper every half a month or every other time. She was waiting for someone to take the initiative to come to her. Soon, that person showed up. Because the person didn't know Gu Xingyin's identity, he directly sent a letter to Gu Xingyin by writing to Yunqing Daily. Yunqing Daily sent the letter to the mailbox where the remuneration was distributed every time. It was a clothing factory. They expressed their interest in Gu Xingyin's designs and were willing to cooperate with her. They were also willing to give her 30% of the profits. All the materials and labor costs would be borne by them, and Gu Xingyin would receive 30% of the profits. Such conditions were quite generous. This boss had a good eye for business and had the guts to gamble. He was the first businessman to extend an olive branch to Gu Xingyin, and it was highly likely that he would be the one to give the designer the most profit. Gu Xingyin knew how much risk the other party had to take. Because of this, she admired such a businessman even more. Furthermore, she glanced at his name card. His surname was Shen. Shen Yuanqing and his wife came to an elegant tea house in Yunqing early in the morning. He had been in a good mood these days because the mysterious Ms. Lin Jianke had agreed to cooperate with him, and they had agreed to meet here at 2:00 in the afternoon for a detailed discussion. He was probably the first person to know Lin Jianke's true identity. He was a little excited when he thought about it. Considering that the other party was a lady, he was afraid that she would feel uncomfortable. He also took his wife with him. "What kind of person do you think she will be?" Mrs. Shen was wearing the modified cheongsam that had been very popular since it came out. She was also very curious about Lin Jianke. "Are the two of you Mr. and Mrs. Shen?" A gentle voice sounded. Chapter 553. For some reason, Mrs. Shen felt that the voice was very familiar. She looked up and saw that it was indeed someone she knew. You are? Mrs. Shen couldn't believe it. Gu Xingyin smiled and nodded. Hello, Mrs. Shen. I'm Lin Jianke. Mr. Shen also stood up and shook hands with Gu Xingyin in amazement. He looked at the woman in front of him. Her long hair was loosely braided and tied with a ribbon at the end. A few strands of hair fell naturally on her cheeks. Yan Ruohua had the appearance of a classic beauty, willowy eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and an oval face. As a man, Shen Yuanqing couldn't understand her husband who had fallen in love with another woman. What kind of woman could make him give up such a beauty? However, this kind of thing touched her sore spot, so Mr. Shen didn't ask much. How should I address you, Mr. Lin Jianke? Nowadays, people would also use honorifics for talented women. My surname is Yan. Mr. Shen nodded. Hello, Miss Yan. I've already introduced myself in the name card. I'm Shen Yuanqing, the boss of White Cloud Cloth. At this time, Mrs. Shen spoke. She was more interested in Gu Xingyin's dress. Miss Yan, I've never seen the style of the dress you're wearing. Did you also design it yourself? Gu Xingyin chuckled inwardly. She had specially worn such a dress today to pique the other party's curiosity. She nodded. It's a design I drew in my spare time. Today, she was wearing a long white dress that reached her ankles. The shirt had a small lapel collar, but the collar was a very classical lantern sleeve. The two sides were tied into a ribbon, and the pearl chain around her waist was tightened. She looked fresh and elegant. Seeing Gu Xingyin's dress, Mr. Shen didn't hesitate and immediately decided to cooperate with Gu Xingyin. Shen Yuanqing proposed a small change. You're willing to give me 20% of White Cloud Cloth's share. Gu Xingyin was a little surprised. At that time, the ownership of property was very important. She didn't expect Shen Yuanqing to make such a request. Shen Yuanqing's attitude was very sincere. Miss Yan, I'm a businessman. I think it's a very pleasant thing to be able to work with you. I'm willing to give 20% of the shares to Miss Yan so that we can witness the rise of White Cloud Cloth firm together. He had his own selfish motives. Although giving Gu Xingyin a 20% share seemed like a loss in the short term, this was the only way Miss Yan would wholeheartedly hope for White Cloud Textile Store's business to prosper. With Miss Yan's talent, she would probably be able to bring much more to White Cloud Textile Store in the future than what he was giving out now. Gu Xingyin pondered for a long time and finally agreed to this request. Then, Miss Yan, I wish us a happy cooperation. Shen Yuanqing later wrote in his recollections, the best decision I've ever made in my life was to cooperate with Madame Yan before she had fully revealed her talent to the world. Later, he was described as the most successful investor in history books. Of course, this was all in the future. Now, Shen Yuanqing was just the owner of a small business in Yuncheng, and Gu Xingyin was just a designer with a little reputation in Yuncheng. Half a month later, Lin Jianke released a new style of clothing in Yuncheng Daily. Then, there was a declaration. The general idea was that from now on, she wouldn't release any more clothes. She had already signed a contract with White Cloud Textile Store and would release new clothes regularly. If there was a need, they could pay attention. It was also at this time that some businessmen who were still on the sidelines vaguely realized what they had missed. Chapter 554. To some extent, Gu Xingyin's life was quite leisurely. She only needed to submit a design paper to buy Yunqing every month, and publish a chicken soup in Yunqing Daily from time to time. Yes, chicken soup. She didn't know which world this kind of comforting, encouraging articles were called chicken soup articles. She dressed up carefully today and went to Yunxi class with Xiao Xiao. Miss, why do we have to go to that kind of place? Xiao Xiao was a little indignant. In her heart, she didn't have a good impression of Lu Yuni, who made her disliked by the ex-son-in-law. To be honest, Gu Xingyin didn't have much resentment towards Lu Yuni. After all, she was just an actress. Accompanying her benefactor was just her job. Lu Yuni's Qingyi is the best in Yuncheng. How can we not see it? Besides, it is said that she herself is also a great beauty. Gu Xingyin said with interest. Yan Ruohua was also a great beauty. It was just that she was beautiful, but too dignified and elegant. She was destined to be less popular than such a beauty. Xiao Xiao didn't understand. Miss, do you really just want to watch the show? Don't you hate that Lu Yuni? Gu Xingyin asked back, why should I hate her? If I really want to hate, I should hate Lu Zijuan more. Lu Zijuan can't control himself. Even if Lu Yuni didn't exist, there might be Yang Yuni, Xiao Yuni. But, although Xiao Xiao felt that Gu Xingyin's words were reasonable, she still felt that something was wrong. Anyway, she just didn't like that Lu Yuni. Gu Xingyin looked at Xiao Xiao's expression and wanted to laugh. This little girl was indignant for Yan Ruohua. Xiao Xiao, don't worry. I just want to see her. I don't like her that much. Just like you said, she's just an actress. Is it worth it for you to be so angry? When Lu Qingyi appeared, the seats were always very scarce. An ordinary seat would cost about a month's living expenses for an ordinary person. Gu Xingyin sat on a chair with a smile. She looked around and realized that men were not the only ones who were here to watch the show. Just like her, there were also many noble ladies who brought along their maids. After all, Lu Yuni's voice was really good. Many true drama fans were her regular customers. The first few to perform were the other members of Yunxi's class. After all, they were one of the best opera troupes in Yuncheng. Even if they were not as famous as Lu Yuni, their foundation was not bad. Gu Xingyin sipped her tea as she watched. She didn't feel bored. The song ended. Gu Xingyin noticed that many people around her straightened their backs without leaving a trace. They stopped eating their snacks and put down the teacups in their hands. She knew that Lu Yuni was going to appear. It was like a cloud floating over from the horizon. Gu Xingyin couldn't help but praise it when she saw it. No matter what kind of person Lu Yuni was, her acting skills were indeed top-notch. Then, Lu Yuni started singing. The Kun Mountain Jade shatters, the phoenix calls. This was a poem written by a very famous poet for a musician. Gu Xingyin felt that it was very good to use at this moment. Lu Yuni quickly finished singing a song and went off the stage. The rule of being the pillar of Yunxi's class was that she only sang once a day. A famous actress had to have the temperament of a famous actress. Let's go, Xiao Xiao. Gu Xingyin called her maid. Miss, are we really going to leave like this? Xiao Xiao still couldn't believe it. According to the script, shouldn't the current development be to find someone to settle the score? Chapter 555. Gu Xingyin couldn't help but knock on her maid's head. I told you not to listen to those boring scripts. Gu Xingyin glared at her helplessly. She didn't care about Lu Zijuan at all, nor did she care about Lu Yuni. She only wanted Yan Ruohua to lead a good life. If she really disregarded her status to make things difficult for an actress, not to mention whether she could succeed, this matter itself would be degrading. Needless to say, if this fell into the eyes of some people, she was afraid that she couldn't forget Lu Zijuan at all, and her previous straightforwardness was just pretending to be free and easy. Why bother? She was looking for trouble for herself. The wicked would be punished by God. She didn't have to do anything. In the original plot, these two people didn't have a good ending. But sometimes, the truth was that if you didn't want to find trouble, trouble would come to find you. Gu Xingyin had just walked out of the theater with a smile when she heard a hesitant call. Yan Ruohua. Gu Xingyin was a little helpless. Now in Yuncheng, only Yan Ruohua's former husband's family could recognize her original identity, the Lu family. And there was only one person in the Lu family who was most likely to appear in this place. That Lu Zijuan who was willing to die for Lu Yuni. It was indeed Lu Zijuan. Lu Zijuan looked at Gu Xingyin with some surprise. They hadn't seen each other for just 2 months, how could she have changed so much? If he wasn't so familiar with Yen Ruohua's face, he would have thought that he had recognized the wrong person. You. Lu Zijuan looked at Gu Xingyin in a strange way. In fact, even the previous Yen Ruohua was also strange to him. Lu Zijuan didn't know what to say. He suddenly thought of something, and his face changed. Why are you here? What do you want to do to Yuni? Gu Xingyin had been watching the wonderful changes in his face as if she was watching a performance. At this moment, she finally heard him choke out a sentence. She looked at the people coming and going at the entrance of the theater. Some people saw the three of them standing there and cast curious gazes on them. Xiao Xiao moved closer to Gu Xingyin uneasily. Gu Xingyin looked around and took the initiative to walk to the side. Lu Zijuan thought she was going to leave and couldn't help but say, Yen Ruohua, stop right there. I told you to stop right there. Gu Xingyin did not even bother with him. Did she not find it embarrassing? When Lu Zijuan saw that this woman didn't pay attention to his words at all, he was originally furious. However, when he saw that she didn't pay attention to him at all, he was speechless for a while before following her. If there's anything, just come at me. Yun Yi is innocent. Lu Zijuan caught up with Gu Xingyin and opened his mouth to say this. Gu Xingyin turned around and looked at Lu Zijuan as if he was an idiot. I've already divorced you. What else do you think I want to do? Find trouble with Lu Yuni? Find trouble for myself? Lu Zijuan. That was really what he was thinking. Gu Xingyin sneered, Master Lu, you don't have to be narcissistic. Our previous engagement was set by the elders. You're tired of me. In fact, I'm also annoyed when I look at you. Whether you like Lu Yuni or Little Peach, it has nothing to do with me. I came to Yunxi class today simply to watch a show. Isn't an actor singing for people to pay money to watch? Chapter 556. Hearing this, Lu Zijuan was furious. How can you insult Yuni like this? Gu Xingyin frowned and took 2 steps back. She looked at Lu Zijuan with disgust. Don't you know that you should lower your voice when talking to a lady? Where is your gentlemanly manner? Lu Zijuan, he felt that it was tiring to talk to Yen Ruohua now. What was the point? Was it the time to talk about gentlemanly manner? Gu Xingyin thought that she had made it very clear, but some people just didn't give up. Is there anything wrong with what I said? Gu Xingyin asked. Lu Zijuan said subconsciously, you said that Yuni was an actress. Oh. Gu Xingyin's face was cold. Go to Yuncheng and ask someone who is the most famous actress in Yuncheng. See if there is a second answer besides Lu Yuni. Lu Zijuan was choked by her for a long time and couldn't speak for a long time. He said hot-headedly, even if others say that about her, you can't say that. Gu Xingyin, she looked at Lu Zijuan with a very gentle look. It was so gentle that it could make people mad. Lu Zijuan suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Sure enough, he heard her say, Lu Zijuan, if you are sick in the head, remember to take medicine in time. Don't give up treatment. This woman. She actually said that he was sick. Lu Zijuan's face turned red, but he, who claimed to have received a new education, told himself that he couldn't yell at a woman. Gu Xingyin didn't want to continue talking with such a moron. She said lazily, Lu Zijuan, I'll say it for the last time. I, Yen Ruohua, don't have any feelings for you, Lu Zijuan. Please don't feel good about yourself. I'm not in the mood to make trouble for your lover. You can rest assured. Finally, please don't come to me again. Even if we meet in Yuncheng, let's be strangers who don't know each other. Lu Zijuan's face turned green and white. This woman, it was clearly him who looked down on her, but why was her expression and tone full of disdain towards him? What else did he want? Gu Xingyin interrupted him. Don't talk to me anymore. Otherwise, I will think that you still have feelings for me. I refuse to accept it. Lu Zijuan swallowed the words he was about to say and glared at Gu Xingyin. Why was she such a shameless woman? Gu Xingyin smiled with satisfaction. Very good, that's it. Young Master Lu, goodbye. Ah no, I hope that we will never meet again in this life. She was in a good mood after making Lu Zijuan speechless. Master and servant left the theater. After a long time, Xiao Xiao could not help but laugh. Miss, you're really amazing. She looked at Gu Xingyin with eyes full of admiration. Miss was right to leave the Lu family. In the past, when Miss was still the young madam of the Lu family, she looked indifferent every day. She didn't look happy at all and didn't like to talk. She was like a beauty made of wood. How lively Miss was now. Xiao Xiao liked this kind of Miss. She felt that Miss was just like a new life after leaving the Lu family. Gu Xingyin smiled slightly. There's nothing amazing about it. Some people, if you take them seriously, they can go to heaven. If you humiliate them, they will be honest. To put it simply, they need to be taught a lesson. Lu Zijuan was a typical example. Xiao Xiao felt as if the door of a new world had been opened for her. She felt that she admired her Miss more and more. Chapter 557. As Huang Fuqi looked at the information, it was as if he could see that person's dignified and virtuous face in his mind. He couldn't help but laugh softly, but it scared the adjutant beside him. What happened? The young commander actually laughed. More importantly, he actually laughed so gently. In his limited memory, the last time the young commander laughed like this was when he wiped out an entire group of bandits in Yunation. The adjutant couldn't help but shudder and didn't dare to think about it any further. Gu Xingyin's life had gradually gotten on track. Although she didn't show her design drawings in Yunqing daily now, she slowly developed new tricks. In addition to the article about how women should know how to treat themselves well, she slowly began to share her dressing style, makeup tips, and so on. Yunqing Daily even opened a separate page for her called, Miss Lin Jianke Teaches You How to Be a Good Woman. The effect was very obvious. On the small page below Yunqing Daily, some letters of gratitude began to appear one after another. Some women thanked Lin Jianke for helping them find confidence, some thanked her for giving them courage to leave an unhappy marriage, and some people directly became fans of Lin Jianke. They admired her for her erudition, her independence and her thinking, or simply adored her unique gift for beauty. Baiyun Cloth House also made a lot of money because it was Lin Jianke's only business partner. It wasn't that there weren't any jealous people who had designs on Lin Jianke or Baiyun Cloth House, but those people often didn't make a move before their own businesses ran into all kinds of problems. They couldn't even take care of themselves. After a few more visits, those people all knew that there was probably a big shot looking after Baiyun Cloth House, so they gave up on this idea. Shen Yuanqing was prepared to face all kinds of accidents, but nothing had ever happened to Baiyun Cloth House. He also attributed this to Gu Xingyin. This Miss Yen was probably not as simple as she appeared to be. If he really put it that way, he wasn't wrong. A certain man really looked after Baiyun Cloth House because of Gu Xingyin. However, he never talked about these things. If it wasn't for the system, Gu Xingyin wouldn't even know about it. Every month, no matter how many new clothes were produced, it was never enough. The clothes designed by Lin Jianke seemed to have become a weather vane for women in Yunqing. It seemed that if they didn't have a piece of clothing designed by Lin Jianke, they would feel embarrassed to go out and visit their relatives and friends. Xiao Xiao and Mrs. Lin didn't know until recently that the famous Lin Jianren was Lin Luoran. The most fashionable clothes worn by women outside were all designed by Lin Luoran. Both Xiao Xiao and Mrs. Lin are very proud, but they keep Miss Lin's words in mind. No one can tell this secret to others. I know. I've heard of a drama before. It's about a man who was too outstanding and was hated by his neighbor. He got up in the middle of the night and secretly harmed his neighbor. Don't worry, miss, we won't tell anyone. Xiao Xiao patted her chest and nodded. Mrs. Lin can't help but reach out her hand and hit Lin Luoran's forehead heavily. You wicked girl, what are you talking about? Aren't you afraid of bad luck? Xiao Xiao hurriedly spat a few times on the ground. Bah. Spit out all the bad luck. Gu Xingyin had a premonition that things would not go so smoothly for her. As expected. Chapter 558. The Yen family came to the door. It was Yen Ruohua's father's birthday, and he sent someone to Yunqing to deliver a letter to Yen Ruohua. Only then did he know that Yen Ruohua had divorced the young master of the Lu family a few months ago. This was big news. The servant of the Yen family didn't even have time to drink tea. He hurried back to the Yen family to report the news to the master and madam. This was terrible. The master of the Yen family was furious and hurriedly sent someone to look for Yen Ruohua in Yuncheng. Gu Xingyin couldn't hide her whereabouts and was found by an old servant of the Yen family. "Miss, the master asks you to go home." The old servant looked at Gu Xingyin in amazement. He had served the Yen family for 20 years. It could be said that he had watched Yen Ruohua grow up and get married. He knew Yen Ruohua's character very well. How could she have such a lively temperament? He had never seen the style of the clothes and jewelry she was wearing. They were fresh and beautiful. Yen Ruohua looked more dazzling and beautiful than before after the divorce. He didn't know what Yen Ruohua had experienced in the Lu family. She actually became like this. Gu Xingyin sighed in her heart. She really didn't want to go back to Yen Ruohua's home. But obviously, she couldn't refuse at all now. "Mrs. Zhang, wait a moment. Let me tidy up." Gu Xingyin asked Xiao Xiao to go out and inform Mr. Shen. When Shen Yuanqing heard this, he immediately sent a few capable servants over. They were all clean and honest. Gu Xingyin asked Mrs. Lin to put away the valuable things and lock them. She also kept the key close to her. Those people were guarding the courtyard for her during this period of time. Gu Xingyin took Mrs. Lin and Xiao Xiao back to the Yen family in Xianping City by car. There was a big difference between Xianping City and Yuncheng. Gu Xingyin looked out all the way. The clothes of the people here were not like those in Yuncheng. They were still the same as in the previous dynasty. The men wore long gowns, and most of the women wore their hair in a bun. They wore big, fat, and dull dresses. Even when they went out, they mostly used horse-drawn carriages, unlike in Yun City, where rickshaws were the majority. Those with better conditions even took cars. This was an old city that had not yet been affected by the reforms outside. "Young miss, we're here." Gu Xingyin alighted from the carriage and entered the Yen family's mansion. As soon as she entered the residence, she felt as if there was an oppressive aura pressing down on her, making it hard for her to breathe. Gu Xingyin knew that this was a conditioned reflex of Yen Ruohua's body towards the house. In the 16 years before Yen Ruohua got married, the impression that this mansion gave her was that it was decaying, huge, old, and terrifying. It was like an old beast that was about to die, but it still wanted to suppress the people in its territory before it died. The father and mother of this body were waiting for her in the hall. "Greetings, father and mother." Gu Xingyin went in and bowed. "Kneel down." The old man sitting on the main seat didn't even look at her and shouted sternly. Sure enough. Gu Xingyin didn't kneel down. Instead, she looked up at him. This old man was wearing a dark red long gown with a black skullcap on his head. There was a long scar between his eyebrows, which added a bit of hostility. On the thumb of his left hand, there was a green thumb ring. This was a typical image of a feudal patriarch. Seeing that Gu Xingyin didn't follow his order, Master Yen finally turned his eyes to his rebellious daughter. "Evil creature. You've been out for a few years. Have you forgotten the basic etiquette?" Chapter 559. Gu Xingyin looked at old Master Yen calmly. After the previous dynasty was overthrown, kneeling was abolished. "Father, where are the rules you're talking about?" Old Master Yen raised his hand and swept the cup in his hand to the ground. The tea splashed on Gu Xingyin's skirt. What a pity. She thought. This was one of her favorite dresses. Old Master Yen acted as if he had never known this daughter of his. Look at what you've become. After going out for a few years, you think you've grown up and don't even recognize your father, right? No wonder the Lu family despises you. Gu Xingyin sneered in her heart. His own daughter was bullied by her husband's family, but the first person he blamed was his daughter. In old Master Yan's heart, if a woman was disliked by her husband, then it must be her own fault. She had already expected what would happen when she returned home. This was also the reason why she was unwilling to return to the Yan family after divorcing Lu Zijuan. Yan Ruohua was willing to tolerate it back then, but Gu Xingyin was unwilling. She looked straight at old Master Yan. "Father, I married into the Lu family for 2 years and have been a virtuous wife according to your teachings. I didn't dare to do anything that crossed the line. I didn't even dare to announce that I had studied. But do you know what I got in return? 2 years. For 2 whole years, Lu Zijuan never stepped into my room. I've been married to him for 2 years and the number of times we've met can be counted. The most recent time we met was when he took a fancy to an actress and asked me to give her a seat. What did I do wrong? There was nothing wrong at all. He didn't even give me the most basic dignity. In the Lu family, even a servant secretly wanted to laugh at me." Gu Xingyin said the last sentence calmly. "Father, what do you think I should do for the best?" Old Master Yan had already stood up in anger because of her words. He had never been disobeyed like this before. He pointed a trembling finger at Gu Xingyin for a long time, unable to speak. Madame Yan quickly stood up to pat him on the back, but was pushed aside by him. "Get lost. Look at your good daughter." Madame Yan looked to be no more than 40 years old. Her eyes were gentle and timid, and it seemed that she had been a beauty when she was younger. Yan Ruohua's looks were inherited from her. She was someone who didn't have her own opinions. After she got married, she relied on her husband to survive. If old Master Yan told her to go east, she definitely wouldn't dare to go west. Now that she was so embarrassed in front of her daughter, she felt ashamed, but more than that, she was worried about her daughter. "Ruohua, don't make your father angry. Quickly apologize to him." Gu Xingyin could not get angry with her. This woman had been educated since she was a child. She had experienced such an environment, so she had developed a cowardly personality. Gu Xingyin lowered her eyes. "I don't know what I did wrong. Please tell me, mother." This. Madame Yan was speechless. When she saw that her husband was angry, apologizing and admitting her mistake had already become her habit. She had never thought about whether she needed to apologize or why she needed to apologize. It was really pitiful to live so humbly. At this moment, old Master Yan calmed down and swept his sword-like gaze at Gu Xingyin. "If you really want to save face, you should have killed yourself in the Lu family's house when they wanted to divorce you. You could have also earned a chastity memorial arch for our Yan family's girls." Chapter 560. Madame Yan was startled by this sentence. Gu Xingyin's heart was completely cold. In old Master Yan's eyes, this married daughter of his was like water that had been poured out. Her life and death had nothing to do with the Yan family. Her only use was whether she could bring benefits to the Yan family. Now, the divorced Yan Ruohua was an existence that brought shame to the family in his eyes. It would be best if she died completely and ended all troubles. She sneered and said, "Then I'll really have to disappoint you. You treat my life as an ant, but I cherish it very much. Get out of here." Old Master Yan was furious. Gu Xingyin left slowly. After all, Yan Ruohua was still the eldest daughter of the Yan family. Her courtyard was still there. Mrs. Lin had been waiting outside anxiously. When she saw Gu Xingyin come out, she quickly came over. He hurriedly came forward and asked, "Miss, are you all right? Did old master make things difficult for you? If it doesn't work out, we can go back to Yuncheng." She knew what kind of person old Master Yan was. Her miss had just gone in, so she definitely wouldn't be treated well. Gu Xingyin smiled and shook her head. "It's nothing serious. It's just as I expected. Let's go, Mrs. Lin. It's been a long journey. Let's go and have a good rest." In the evening, Madame Yan came to Gu Xingyin's room. "Damn it, Ruohua." She began to cry as soon as she entered the room. She cried and talked about her poor daughter. Gu Xingyin was really helpless against this woman. Unlike old Master Yan, who only cared about the family and herself, Madame Yan really loved her only daughter. Gu Xingyin knew that in Yan Ruohua's life, the person who treated her the best was her mother. It was just that Madame Yan was too cowardly. She didn't dare to resist old Master Yan. When her daughter was imprisoned in the courtyard, she cried secretly every time and brought her things in private. However, she never dared to ask old Master Yan to let Ruohua out. Gu Xingyin listened to her crying for a long time without any intention of stopping. She couldn't help but say, "Mother, don't cry. I don't feel that my life is hard at all. I'm living a much better life than I was in the Lu family." Madame Yan didn't believe her at all. "You're a girl. How can you have a good life outside?" Her thoughts were still stuck in her own era, or rather, she imagined her daughter to be someone like herself. Gu Xingyin handed her a handkerchief to wipe her tears and said, "Look at me carefully, mother. Do you think I look like I'm not doing well?" Madame Yan quickly wiped her tears. She hadn't looked at Ruohua in detail yet. The room was lit by an old-fashioned oil lamp, so it was hard to see clearly. However, Madame Yan could still see that her daughter's complexion was very good, and the skin on her hands was also very delicate. It was obvious that she had never suffered before. Moreover, her daughter seemed to be different from before. Madame Yan couldn't quite put her finger on it. Her eyes were brighter, and she seemed to have become prettier. Gu Xingyin tries to brainwash her, "Mom, you don't know. Now in Yunsheng, many women work outside and earn as much as men. They can live very freely by themselves." Madame Yan refutes her, "You're talking nonsense again. Women should marry into a good family and honestly help their husbands and children. It's men's business to work outside and earn money." As she spoke, she remembered that her daughter had nothing to do with the Lu family now. The tears that she had stopped with great difficulty fell down again. Gu Xingyin was speechless. There was really no way to communicate with people with different views.